Chapter 1237. Chuyang was confused for a moment. What's going on? Just as he was confused, the seven-colored fog in the passageway became thicker and thicker. Finally, he couldn't see his fingers clearly. He tried to take a breath, and instantly, he felt comfortable all over. The heavenly core of wind and thunder shuttled back and forth in his body and finally separated into two sides. The wind jade occupied the left side of Chuyang's body, while the thunder jade occupied the right side of Chuyang's body. Both sides were ready for battle. The moment the two pieces of jade stopped moving, the endless colorful fog in the passageway suddenly rushed into Chuyang's body with a whoosh. Wave after wave, like a vast and mighty river, surging over. Chuyang was pleasantly surprised. This seven-colored fog could actually strengthen one's vital energy, and the effect was very obvious. As he walked slowly, he absorbed the seven-colored fog. Wherever he passed, there was nothing but emptiness. The seven-colored mist vanished into nothingness. Only the front of him was still densely packed. Chuyang was just curious. Why wasn't there such a magical thing when he passed by last time? This is the real benefit of the Tribulation Sword Master. The Sword Spirit's voice sounded as if he had just woken up from a dream. Do you think that you got the fifth fragment of the Tribulation Sword just to let you take a 3-month break to see your lover and brothers? You're awake? Chuyang was delighted. I'm already back. Why wouldn't I be awake? The Sword Spirit also smiled. At this moment, Chuyang faintly heard the huge sound of thunder and lightning from above. He couldn't help but ask, "A vision of heaven and earth?" The Sword Spirit said, "That's right. Every fragment of the Tribulation Sword will be accompanied by a different vision of heaven and earth. The vision of heaven and earth will bring some magical things to benefit the Tribulation Sword Master. And this time, the power of wind and thunder is used to bring down the seven-colored rainbow from outside the clouds to increase the Tribulation Sword Master's foundation and power." I see. Chuyang pondered for a while. Since there's such a big movement, there must be a lot of people outside. It seems that I can't go out the same way. You have to go out. There's only one way. The Sword Spirit said. I see. Chuyang muttered to himself for a while. Then he opened his mind and said, I'll get my benefits first. As for how I'm going to get out, what's the point of thinking about that if I don't go out now? The Sword Spirit was stunned. He saw Minister Chu operate the heaven-splitting divine power with all his might. Then, the seven-colored fog started to gather around Chuyang with a whooshing sound. It rushed into Chuyang's meridians. The circulation of Chuyang's martial technique became faster and faster. He even had time to talk to the Sword Spirit. Sword Spirit. This kung fu is very strange. When I first started practicing it, the speed is very slow, and it takes at least 2 incense sticks to burn to complete one cycle. But now, I can complete 2 cycles in one breath. The Sword Spirit was silent for a long time. Then he said, I don't understand this martial art, but if you can circulate 10,000 times in a breath, it should be enough. Go to hell. Chuyang was exasperated. 10,000 cycles in one breath. My body had long since exploded. What kind of meridians can withstand such speed? As far as I know, my master can circulate 1,000 cycles of the divine technique in a single breath. In an instant, a full-force palm strike is enough to destroy the entire heaven layer world. The Sword Spirit said slowly. Chuyang was silent. After a long time, he said in a low voice, So, there really is no end. 1,000 cycles in a single breath. Chuyang was greatly provoked by this sentence. He circulated his martial technique with all his might. Along with a whooshing sound, the seven-colored fog gathered in Chuyang's body like rivers converging into the sea. When Chuyang had walked a few hundred steps, he actually felt that the circulation speed of his martial technique seemed to be slightly faster. He couldn't help but feel happy. This happiness didn't matter. The circulation of his vital energy returned to its original state. Still not making me happy? Chuyang was a little startled. All right, I won't be happy with external gains, and I won't be sad with personal gains. I will face a pie falling from the sky with a normal heart. After an unknown amount of time, Chuyang gradually felt that the seven-colored fog in the passageway was gradually decreasing. Finally, it became thinner. He tried to look at his Dantian. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Sword Spirit, look! The purple energy in my Dantian has increased by a little. Really? The Sword Spirit was shocked. He hurriedly looked and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This is considered an additional one. At best, I can only say that. It's completely replenished by the first one. Chuyang said angrily, look carefully. Next to the first one, there's another thin one. How can that be considered one? The Sword Spirit said disdainfully. For example, next to the bristles on a pig's neck, there's an additional sheep's fluff. Chuyang was so shocked that he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. He grimaced. Damn you, you really know how to make an analogy. If it's fluff, then it's fluff. What's sheep's fluff? He took a few more steps forward. Suddenly, he felt the vital energy in his Dantian shake violently. It was noisy, turbulent, and surging endlessly. Chuyang seemed to feel that his Dantian had swelled up, almost to the point of bursting. But when he looked at it, there was nothing unusual on the outside. At the same time, a mysterious feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Chuyang was shocked. Sword Spirit, I'm about to break through. Breaking through? This is normal. The Sword Spirit laughed. You were already on the verge of breaking through. After absorbing the power of the rainbow, it would be strange if you didn't break through. As he spoke, Chuyang felt more and more uncomfortable. Finally, he stopped walking forward and sat down cross-legged on the ground. He took a deep breath and began to guide his vital energy back. He tried his best to suppress the restlessness in his heart. At the steadiest speed, he guided the vital energy out of his Dantian into his meridians and began to break through the bottleneck of first-grade supreme martial artist. This was a brand-new meridian route. Before his strength reached that level, Chuyang didn't even know that there was such a meridian route in the human body. But just now, when the conditions were right, it suddenly appeared on its own. The surging vital energy pierced in like a needle. Everywhere it passed, there was a tearing pain. Chuyang endured it calmly. This feeling was like the tearing pain during childbirth. It was extremely painful, but it was also filled with the joy of a new life. Chuyang had an inexplicable feeling. The supreme martial artist level was just the beginning. If he told others about this feeling, he would definitely be attacked by all the martial artists in the world. What the hell? The supreme martial artist level was just the beginning. Then how many people in this world had started before? The vital energy penetrated him like a hot knife through butter and gradually filled up. It slowly pushed forward to a solid barrier and then stopped here. The vital energy behind was still rushing in like a tide. Chuyang took a breath and withdrew all his vital energy back to his Dantian. Then, he circulated his energy again and gathered all his strength to charge forward fiercely. The tsunami-like power charged forward again after retreating, as if it was a decisive battle. He charged forward fiercely. Not good. The Sword Spirit was about to stop him, but it was too late. Minister Chu's cross-legged body jumped up like a toad. In midair, blood spurted out of his 7 orifices. Then, he fell down and lay flat on the ground, his legs twitching, trying to break through to the supreme martial artist level. How can you charge forward so violently without going through a period of nourishment? How can you be like this? The Sword Spirit complained. Chuyang said weakly, wasn't it always like this in the past? The Sword Spirit rolled his eyes and hurried to repair his meridians. After a long while, only then did Chuyang start to try for the second time. The third time, the fourth time, after a long time, he still couldn't move it at all. Chuyang was extremely depressed. He thought about it carefully. When he tried to attack again, he subconsciously used his inner vision. To his surprise, he discovered that after all his vital energy had been depleted, those 2 wisps of purple vital energy were still motionless in his Dantian. Chuyang let out a sound of surprise. Then he circulated the heavenly lifting divine technique and carefully started to move these 2 primordial real silk. However, after a long time, He could only move the one that was already in good condition. The other one was still motionless. Chu Yang had no other choice but to drive it into his meridians in a wobbly manner. Then, he proceeded towards the barrier. Looking at how weak this primordial real silk was, Chu Yang also seriously lost his confidence. After this primordial real silk entered the newly opened route that day, it actually felt like it was walking with its head held high as it traveled through the vast and mighty vital energy. Then, it reached the first grade supreme martial artist barrier and charged over just like that. Chu Yang sighed. Looks like it's hopeless. But, just as he said it was hopeless, the next moment, a miracle appeared. That incomparably sturdy supreme martial artist barrier. That barrier that Chu Yang used all his strength to attack dozens of times, but still didn't move. Actually, under the charge of this primordial real silk, it charged straight in. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Without waiting for him to circulate his energy, the primordial qi that had been accumulating here and had no way of entering automatically surged over and squeezed into this thin gap. Then, with a boom, the barrier opened and Chu Yang's vital energy rushed in. In an instant, this meridian was connected in all directions. At once, Chu Yang felt as if his whole body was floating. At the same time, a confused aura of the great Tao suddenly appeared in his heart. All of a sudden, Chu Yang became as clear-headed as ice and snow. After the primordial real silk succeeded, it automatically wanted to return to his dantian. But Chu Yang already knew how powerful the primordial real silk was. How could he let it run back to rest? He forced it to move continuously in his meridians with a torrential current. The sword spirit constantly filled Chu Yang's meridians with the power of elixirs and turned it into the energy of heaven and earth. The team continued to expand. After a long while, Chu Yang sighed and stood up. Sword supremacy, first grade, elementary. He truly realized the terror of a supreme martial artist. With such a vast amount of vital energy, after breaking through to first grade supreme martial artist, it only barely stabilized at the elementary level. It wasn't even at the level of a supreme martial artist. You should be content. The sword spirit rolled his eyes. Who doesn't spend many years trying to break through to this level? Some even spend thousands of years. You broke through in just 2 hours, and you're still complaining. Chapter 1238. After Chu Yang broke through, the heavenly heart of wind and thunder returned to the tribulation space. The sword spirit couldn't be bothered to argue with Chu Yang now. He was busy planting herbs. The heavenly treasures that Chu Yang collected in the upper 3 heavens were still piled up inside. The sword spirit planted them one by one in the field. The sword spirit was very reluctant to do this. The quality of the heavenly treasures plundered from the upper 3 heavens was much worse than the ones in the upper 3 heavens. The sword spirit felt a little wronged. However, heavenly treasures were heavenly treasures after all. Although the quality of these herbs wasn't as good, they were still very useful for refining elixirs in the future. The tribulation space was filled with purple gas. The spiritual spring water had already turned into a faint milky white color. If it can turn from milky white to its original clear color, it will be the spring of life, the sword spirit said lightly. How long will that take? Chu Yang asked. I don't know. The sword spirit shook his head. I only know that the materials are not complete. Right now, the most important material was the tree of life. As for the others, even though the conditions are still lacking, they're not far off. Some of the materials are even far superior. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He murmured, Tree of life? What does it look like? The sword spirit said, As far as I know, Dooku will definitely have several species of fairies. This is the true inheritance of the fairy race. If Dooku doesn't have it, that would be the strangest thing. I see. Chu Yang broke the silence. It seems that the passage to the heavens needs to be opened earlier. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. When he returned from the upper 3 heavens, Dooku had asked about the spring of life. He only said that he would tell Dooku the secret when the passage opened, and he could come up. However, He didn't expect that this important condition was missing. Chu Yang sighed. However, there was nothing he could do. The sword spirit was asleep at that time. After staying in the passage for so long, it was time for him to go out. Chu Yang calmed down and guessed what he might face after he went out. At this moment, it was already chaos outside. The tribulation phenomenon, this time, had lasted for a long time. It was the longest in history. Everyone was puzzled. However, they only knew that the phenomenon this time was in the upper three heavens. They couldn't sense the specific location at all. Everyone was in a state of chaos, searching for him. But it was all for naught. Due to the avalanche and the collapse of the wind-thunder platform some time ago, many people had come to the northwest region during this period of time. Li Donghai and the others were lying in ambush at the bottom of the cliff. These short 2 to 4 hours were indescribably painful. The sun came out, and it was very vicious. The snow on the cliff began to melt. After it melted, water flowed down. It was common knowledge. Naturally, the more secretive the ambush point was, the better. And to be secretive, they needed something to hide behind. But in this world of ice and snow, there was no shelter. Other than ice and snow, what else could there be? Therefore, everyone was invisible in the ice and snow. But now that the ice had melted, Li Donghai and the others were practically pouring ice water on their heads. This feeling, moreover, as the snow melted faster and faster, it gradually formed small waterfalls. The waterfalls were falling down, and they were gradually increasing in size. The space wasn't big to begin with, so there was nowhere to hide. Li Donghai looked up at the sky and sighed. He was really unlucky. Just as he was feeling stifled, a gust of wind suddenly blew past. Someone pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "The dark clouds are here again." Indeed, in just a short while, the originally clear blue sky was covered by dark clouds. Then it became thicker and thicker, and it started to rain. "Oh my God!" Everyone sighed. "Why don't we take shelter from the rain first?" In the pouring rain, in the world of ice and snow, this feeling was really hard to swallow. Li Donghai nodded without hesitation. Anyway, that person had already been waiting for 3 months and didn't show up. He couldn't possibly come out just when they were taking shelter from the rain, right? Therefore, Li Donghai, Li Nanshan, and the others personally made a hole in the cliff. Everyone hurriedly squeezed in. In an instant, heavy rain and waterfalls poured down, and the entrance of the cave was made into a water curtain cave. Splash, splash. Everything in the world was just so strange. Just after the Li clan people entered the cave, a cave entrance suddenly appeared at the place they were originally monitoring. Then, a black shadow jumped out. The moment it jumped out, it shuddered in the pouring rain. This is really strange. In such a world of ice and snow, there's actually a rainstorm. This was indeed strange. And Chu Yang didn't know that just a moment ago, this place was still sunny. He didn't even see the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. And after the heat came frost, water vapor rose, and the heat had yet to dissipate. Of course, there would be a rainstorm. After a period of time, this rainstorm would then turn into hail. After the hail, the weather would return to the one that hadn't changed for the past 100,000 years. Heavy snow. Cough, cough. This should be the principle, right? I didn't make a fool of myself, right? After Chu Yang jumped out, the cave entrance immediately disappeared. In the pouring rain, although Chu Yang had the cultivation of a supreme martial artist now, he wasn't willing to be drenched in the rain like a silly bird. So, he jumped up and silently made a hole in the cliff. Then he went in himself. The water curtain immediately came down and concealed the cave entrance. Chu Yang didn't realize that on the cliff opposite the cave entrance he made, there was also a big hole. Of course, the people opposite didn't notice it either. The rainstorm lasted for 2 hours. Then it turned into dense hail, smashing down. Every one of them was the size of an egg, directly smashing holes in the ground. The hail lasted for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Then it started to snow heavily. This heavy snow was unprecedentedly heavy. It was all that kind of goose feather snow, thick and heavy. Layer after layer, it actually completely covered all the uneven ground in a very short period of time. The puddles on the ground didn't even start to freeze before they were sealed by the heavy snow. As far as the eye could see, heaven and earth were all silvery white and misty. At the cave entrance, Chuyang was dumbfounded. He really didn't expect to see such a miraculous scene of heaven and earth. Finally, when the ground was completely covered, the people in the caves on both sides started to move. On one side, a few people started to show their heads. Then, they jumped out in the heavy snow. Their eyes naturally looked forward. Immediately, a few people exclaimed. On the cliff directly opposite, there was actually a similar cave. Inside, there was actually a black head sticking out. This person's face was covered, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Only a pair of eyes were bright like a thief's. Another exclamation also came from the opposite side. Chuyang also didn't expect that opposite him. There were actually so many people hidden. What's going on? What's going on? Li Donghai rushed out. The subordinate pointed with a trembling hand. Look, 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 look. Li Donghai looked up. Instantly, his nose became crooked from anger. There was actually another person opposite, and he didn't know when this person came, but he definitely came before them. If after, it was absolutely impossible that they didn't notice. In that case, their original discussion had all fallen into this person's ears. Their original sorry state had also been seen by him. Li Donghai was really furious at this moment. At the same time, the few supreme martial artists kept blaming themselves. We can be considered as experienced people in the martial world. Why didn't we notice that there was such a big cave here earlier? Chuyang was also surging with murderous intent. These people definitely came before me. In that case, didn't they already see me coming out from there? That was too dangerous. That bastard. Quickly get out and accept your death. Li Nanshan flew into a rage, pointing at Chuyang and stomping his feet as he cursed. Wait, don't scold first. Could it be that person who cut down the heavenly thunder platform? Li Donghai hurriedly stopped him. He also just thought of this now. Definitely not. This bastard cultivation is at most first or second grade supreme martial artist. Li Nanshan looked at his boss with some confusion. Why was his boss confused? Chuyang had already jumped down. Black clothes, black robes, and a black mask. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes, rising endlessly. He was already very uncomfortable, and now his murderous intent was completely aroused by this insult. Without asking for the truth, he just came up and wanted to kill. In that case, under my sword, I don't care about killing a few more people. After coming down, without another word, he raised his sword. Bright as flowing light, with a bang, tens of thousands of sword rays exploded in the heavy snow. Who are you? Li Nanshan was furious. When people of the martial world meet, you actually start fighting without even passing through the door. Do you even know the rules of the martial world? At the same time, he hurriedly raised his sword to parry. Chuyang's sword was like the wind, attacking with every move. You scolded me first. Now you talk to me about the rules of the martial world? His body floated in the heavy snow, and streaks of sword light splashed out just like that. Li Donghai watched from the side, but he was relieved. Although this black-clothed masked man's sword moves were sharp, his cultivation was indeed not very high. He only had the cultivation of a first-grade supreme martial artist. His people could totally defeat him. Although Li Nanshan was having a hard time resisting now, his life was not in danger. With a wave of his hand, 30 to 40 people formed a large circle, watching the scene. Li Nanshan roared continuously. His opponent had taken the initiative, and he could not equalize the situation in a short time. He was extremely angry, shouting and attacking continuously. Chuyang saw that everyone had arrived. It seemed that there was no one else around. Suddenly, he let out a long and loud shout. His long sword flashed high up in the sky. Then he jumped up. His long sword emitted a cold light in midair. Suddenly, it issued a clang sound. When this sword cry came out, it was crisp and clear and contained the domineering might of a sovereign descending to the world. The snowflakes in the air were completely shattered by this sword cry. Below, everyone's swords let out a clear sword cry at the same time. With a whoosh, half a foot out of the sheath, cold in the wind and snow, Li Nanshan's sword was originally piercing straight, but at this moment, for some reason, it suddenly changed direction. With a clang, the sword tip actually turned upward. Chu Yang swept down. Li Donghai was shocked, and his soul almost left his body. How is this an ordinary supreme martial artist? This is a sword supremacy. Chapter 1239. Stop! Li Donghai roared as he rushed forward. Nanshan retreat. There was only one thing he was curious about. A sword supremacy was completely different from an ordinary supreme martial artist. As far as Li Donghai knew, a sword supremacy had to be at least a grade to be able to restrain his sword energy and disguise his aura as an ordinary supreme martial artist. But this person was clearly a first-grade supreme martial artist? Could be a disguise? Actually, this was a supreme sword supremacy expert? Thinking of this, Li Donghai's heart turned cold. Without waiting for him to say anything, Li Nanshan had already sensed the aura of death and retreated in horror. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the person who was fighting calmly with him just now was actually a sword supremacy. At this moment, Li Nanshan wanted to cry. You should have said so earlier. If you had said so earlier, how would I dare to face a sword supremacy alone? Although it's only a first-grade supreme martial artist. I'm also only a first-grade supreme martial artist. Okay? But a first-grade supreme martial artist is different from me. It's a super existence that can rival a fourth-grade supreme martial artist like Li Donghai. Damn, aren't you cheating me? Even if you want to cheat me, you shouldn't cheat me like this. Li Donghai rushed forward while Li Nanshan retreated quickly. But Chu Yang's killing intent was already aroused. How could he allow him to escape from his sword? Li Nanshan's sword flashed, and Gong Jin charged forward. Li Nanshan desperately pressed down with his sword, and the two swords clashed. Just as he relaxed, he heard a cracking sound and felt a chill in his chest. There was actually a large hole. It pierced through from the front to the back. Thankfully, he dodged quickly and didn't hurt his heart. But this injury wasn't light. If he wanted to live, it would take a lot of effort. But he didn't stop. He retreated more than 100 feet before he stopped. Looking down, he let out a scream. Several people from the Li clan had already rushed forward to bandage his wound. But the injury was serious. When the medicine was applied, it was washed away by the blood. For a moment, there was nothing they could do. Looking at Li Nanshan's miserable state, Li Donghai was so angry that his body trembled. He looked at Chu Yang with eyes as sharp as a knife, shooting out hatred. Sir, you're ruthless. Chu Yang sneered in a hoarse voice. I just don't know. Did all of you surround me just to invite me over for tea? Now that your skills are inferior, someone died. You're saying that I'm ruthless? Li Donghai replied calmly. That's right. This is how the martial world is. You're more skilled, so no one can say anything if you kill someone. However, you're in the Li clan's territory now. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. Li clan? Are you from the Li family? Li Donghai smiled cruelly. That's right. It's our Li clan. He was shocked to see Chu Yang. Immediately, he thought that the other party was afraid of the Li clan's power and influence, and he couldn't help but feel even more oppressed. Chu Yang couldn't help but sneer. So what if it's the Li clan? He was initially stunned because of the Li clan. This was a very important part of Mo Tianji's plan. It was related to the overall direction of Mo Tianji's plan. That was why he was suddenly surprised. If he made a big enemy now, would it affect the plan in the future? However, Li Donghai's words stirred up the arrogance in Chu Yang's heart. Li clan? Even if it was the Li clan, so what? Can't I kill him? Li Donghai said with hatred. Tell me your name. Chu Yang smiled gently behind the veil. There's no need to sign up for a bunch of dead people. Li Donghai looked up to the sky and roared. Dead people? You'll know who the dead people are in a while. He smiled. You think you're lying in ambush here in advance? You think you can take advantage of this? This person is the sword sovereign, just by relying on these few people. With these people, there was no way they could keep him here. If they wanted to keep this person here, they needed reinforcements. The roar pierced through the clouds and rushed up. Chu Yang's eyes flashed, and his heart skipped a beat. This sentence of "you think you're lying in ambush here in advance" suddenly made him realize something. It turned out that these people didn't see him coming out from that passageway. The reason why Chu Yang was so easily angered by the other party's words and wanted to kill them was very much to silence them. After all, there was originally no passageway here, and after the Tribulation Sword Master obtained the 5th fragment of the Tribulation Sword, he could pass through the heavens once. This was definitely recorded in all the big clans. And there was a strange phenomenon in the sky just now. Once all these coincidences were put together, his identity as the Tribulation Sword Master would probably be exposed. Once his identity was exposed at such a time, it would be a disaster for his side. These words just now were blurted out by Li Donghai in a moment of desperation. Whether it was his tone, eyes, or expression, it clearly showed that he definitely wouldn't lie at such time. Now that he knew that they didn't see anything, why should he be entangled with these people here? Moreover, they were from the Li clan. If he killed them now, wouldn't Chu Yang's heart ache? Wouldn't it be better to let them perish together with the big clans? If that's the case, then I'll take my leave. Chu Yang laughed and let go of his worries. Suddenly, he rushed out quickly. Li Donghai shouted, "Stop him! At any cost!" The Li clan people all around attacked at the same time. Instantly, the fight became unusually intense. But since Chu Yang had made up his mind to leave, how could they stop him with just these people? Sword light flashed. When the first 2 people suddenly retreated, Chu Yang had already clashed with Li Donghai's sword and his body slanted out from here. Then, he leaped up at lightning speed and stepped on a cliff. As long as he succeeded in borrowing the force, Chu Yang was confident that he could shake off these people in an extremely short time and escape. Right at this moment, a fierce gust of wind pressed down on him. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he raised his sword to meet it. With a boom, an unparalleled and abundant force pressed down on him. Chu Yang kept retreating, suppressing the uncomfortable feeling in his chest. He looked up. Long howls sounded in the sky. 5 figures floated down. In the wind and snow, they were like immortals from the heavens, floating down and stepping into the world of mortals. "Since you're here, don't leave," a deep voice said. "I still have something to ask you. It's not too late to leave after you've made things clear." His voice was closest. It was the person who had clashed with Chu Yang just now. The 5 of them landed at the same time and occupied the corners. Chu Yang complained in his heart. One of them was a supreme martial artist, a super expert who had surpassed the boundary between immortals and mortals. What should he do now? Even if the sword spirit took over the body now, he would definitely not be a match for this person. He was a first-grade sword supremacy. If the sword spirit took over, he could at most be upgraded to the 3rd grade. With such a cultivation level, it would be very strenuous for him to go up against a 2nd-grade supreme martial artist. In an extremely short period of time, Chu Yang and the sword spirit discussed and quickly came to a decision. With the sword spirit in charge of the body, they would rather pay a certain price. The decision to break out of the encirclement and escape. As long as the other party made a move, they would act immediately. But before they acted, they had to take a look. Whether there was a turning point in this matter. Unless they were at their wits' end, they would definitely not take that path. "What's your name?" The eyes of the elder in the lead were cold, but there was actually a hint of gentleness. Although it was very hypocritical, it was still an attitude after all. He said, "Take off your mask and let this old man see your face." Chu Yang laughed hoarsely. "Why, do you think you've got me?" The elder had an amiable look on his face. He said lightly, "Why do you have to do this? Isn't it good for everyone to have a good talk and make friends? Besides, the right and wrong of this matter has to be judged. I've always been a reasonable person. If it's really our fault, it's not a big deal for me to apologize on your behalf." At the side, Li Donghai felt a chill in his heart. As expected, the clan had such an idea. He couldn't help but say with grief and indignation, 13th Master, Nanshan has already been beaten to the brink of death by him. And this person is obviously not. How do you know he's not? The elder waved his hand. He said nonchalantly, 5th brother is here. Nanshan won't die. Chu Yang was extremely puzzled. What's going on? Since when did the people of big clans become so well-mannered? I killed their people, and they actually want to reason with me? I don't seem to have reached the stage where all the experts have to bow down to me once I show my domineering aura, right? Could it be that the benefits this time actually include this? The elder turned to look at Chu Yang and smiled lightly. Since you're not willing to take off your mask, then there's no harm in us talking like this. He actually took a step more lenient. Dare I ask you, at the bottom of this cliff, how long have you been there? How long have you been here? The elder asked softly, but with a very serious expression. Chu Yang's mind flashed. According to the meaning of this sentence, I'm afraid these people have already sealed off the top for a long time. If I say that I just came in now, that's obviously not right. After thinking for a while, he said, I'm not very sure about the time, but it should be a few months. What's your intention for asking this? The elder's eyes lit up again. He said, in that case, you must know who the person who destroyed the Wind Thunder platform is? He squinted his eyes and smiled. He said, or you yourself are the person who destroyed the Wind Thunder platform? The elder raised his head and looked at the cave that Chu Yang had just dug. He squinted his eyes and smiled. This cave is too close to the Wind Thunder platform. Don't you think so? Until now, Chu Yang still hadn't figured out what the other party's intention was. Hundreds of answers flashed through his mind. In the end, he still took a deep breath and answered cautiously, I don't understand what you mean. When he said that he didn't understand, the elder smiled. As if he had confirmed something, he smiled lightly. But I think your strength is not enough to destroy the Wind Thunder platform. May I ask, what method did you use to destroy the Wind Thunder platform? He actually seemed to be so sure that it was Chu Yang. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, I still don't quite understand. The elder squinted his eyes and smiled. You'd better understand. If you still don't understand, it'll be very boring. Chu Yang said, so what if I did it? So what if I didn't do it? I don't understand. What's your intention? Chu Yang felt that there seemed to be something else behind this. He might as well admit it. Anyway, this Wind Thunder platform had nothing to do with the Tribulation Sword Master. If the fifth fragment of the Tribulation Sword had always been below, this Wind Thunder platform would have collapsed 8 times in these 10,000 years. Chapter 1240. This is an opportunity. In the tribulation space, the Sword Spirit said hurriedly, as far as I know, after the Li clan occupied the Northwest back then, they realized that the terrain here was extremely cold and unsuitable for human habitation. Hence, they proposed to migrate. But before they could take action, they discovered that there was an extremely huge purple crystal mine under the Northwest. Hence, the Li clan suddenly changed their mind and decided to stay. No one in the other big clans knew about this. The Sword Spirit said, the Li clan spent a huge amount of effort to establish themselves in the ice and snow wilderness and transform it into a place suitable for human habitation. The amount of effort spent is simply immeasurable. However, after the Li clan settled down and started to mine in secret, they realized that this purple crystal mine couldn't be mined at all. Why couldn't it be mined? Asked Chu Yang mentally. Because this huge purple crystal mine is actually wrapped in a strange metal. This kind of thing is somewhat similar to the Zhuge clan's Mount Xingyun. Even a peak-grade supreme martial artist can't destroy it. Hence, after the Li clan mined the ordinary purple crystals at the periphery, they could only look at the core and drool, unable to do anything about it. The Sword Spirit blinked. That's all I have to say. As for the rest, you can do as you deem fit. Chu Yang's eyes turned and he hurriedly asked, I only have one question. Are there any clans that specialize in mining purple crystals? If there were, the Li clan would have found them long ago. The Sword Spirit rolled his eyes and went into meditation. He was extremely confident that with such a hint from him, Chu Yang would definitely be able to think of a way to escape. The Sword Spirit had absolute confidence in Chu Yang. Hence, the Sword Spirit went to rest right away. Chu Yang fell into deep thought. When the elder saw that Chu Yang didn't speak for a long time, as though he was in a trance, he thought that Chu Yang was worried. He chuckled, his eyes shining. It's good that you admit it. As far as I know, this Wind Thunder platform has been protected by the power of wind and thunder for 100,000 years. Even a peak-grade supreme martial artist may not be able to destroy it. But under your hands, you destroyed it easily. There must be a reason for this, right? Chu Yang hesitated. His eyes flickered. What if I don't say? The elder smiled cruelly. What do you think? Chu Yang closed his eyes and raised his head to look at the sky. He exhaled a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, Since we've come to this point today, it seems that I have no choice but to say it. The old man smiled warmly. Very good. You are a smart man. In my generation, I like smart people the most. This super expert is eyeing us like a tiger watching its prey. What's the use of hiding our whereabouts? Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. He then reached out and took off his mask. A young man's face was revealed. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, he peeled off a layer of skin from his face, instantly turning into a man in his 40s or 50s. In this way, it gave people the feeling that this was his true appearance. Everyone from the Li clan was dumbfounded. They didn't expect this guy to be so careful. He actually wore a human skin mask behind his face mask. The old man's eyes flickered, and he said, You have the cultivation of a sword sovereign. This face is really unfamiliar. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. I've never shown my face in Jianghu, so I'm naturally unfamiliar with you. But in front of Senior, what's the use of such a small trick? Chu Yang's voice was sincere, and his posture was very low. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. It could be seen that this flattery made him feel comfortable all over. I am Li Tongtian. How should I address you, little friend? The old man, Li Tongtian, asked in a very amiable manner. My lowly name is not worth mentioning. Chu Yang looked around awkwardly. Those 30 to 40 people were still glaring at him angrily. He had injured Li Nanshan. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. How could these people not be angry? Li Tongtian replied with an "oh" and smiled as if he was deep in thought. Since that's the case, let's go out and find a place to talk. Then, a group of people clustered around Chu Yang and flew upwards. Just as Chu Yang had said, with a super expert by his side, there was no need to worry about Chu Yang running away. 7 supreme martial artists were looking at a first-grade sword supremacy. If he could still escape, that would be so embarrassing that he would die of embarrassment. Secondly, now was not the time to fall out with the Li clan. If they could find out how this person managed to topple the Wind Thunder platform and grasp this method, the Li clan could say that they would be rich. This was a problem that had not been solved for the past 10,000 years. Not to mention that Chu Yang had only beaten a first-grade supreme martial artist to such a state, even if he killed all those groups of people. Li Tongtian would definitely not fall out with Chu Yang now. Using torture to extort a confession. That was the last resort. What if the other party had a unique technique that would not be effective in a short period of time? Or what if the other party decided to destroy them indiscriminately, offending or killing the other party? Then this glimmer of hope would be gone. It was rare to see the other party being so reasonable and sensible. Li Tongtian felt as if he had picked up a treasure. The 7 of them flew away, leaving behind the 40 over people who were gritting their teeth. They were angry, but did not dare to say anything. Everyone went up to the cliffs on both sides of the Wind Thunder platform and sped along. From afar, they saw a tent that was the same color as the snow. It had already been buried in the snow. You dare to go in? Li Tongtian smiled. I said I don't dare to go in. Can I not go in? Chu Yang asked with a smile. You can't. Then of course I dare to go in. Chu Yang laughed. Li Tongtian laughed as well. He suddenly realized that he was starting to admire this guy. He was able to take risks and let go of them. He was really a first-class character. The 7 of them entered the tent. Li Tongtian gave a signal with his eyes. The 4 supreme martial artists immediately turned around and went out to guard the 4 cardinal directions. There were only 2 second-grade supreme martial artists left in the tent. Li Tongtian personally took out a teapot and tea leaves from his storage ring. He gathered spiritual energy and turned it into water. He boiled the tea leaves and poured the tea leaves meticulously. He actually looked like he was attentive to his guests. Good tea. Chu Yang took a sip and was full of praises. This tea is brewed from ice lotus sprouts in the land of wind and snow. It is unique to the Northwest. Drinking it can reduce the heat in one's body, stabilize one's internal energy, increase one's cultivation, and refresh one's spirit. It can condense one's origin. Li Tong Tian smiled lightly. Even I can only provide the clan with 0.5 kilogram of it every year. Chuyang knew what he meant. It is my honor to be in your favor. Li Tong Tian wasn't in a hurry. He rambled on and on. After drinking 3 cups of tea, he started to talk about the main topic. What you said just now seems like you haven't finished. How is that not finished? I didn't say anything at all. Chuyang muttered in his heart. Elderly, since I can't even protect myself now, I naturally have to come clean. Chuyang pondered for a moment. But I am so cooperative. All I ask for is a chance to stay alive. Li Tong Tian laughed. Since you have said so, I promise on behalf of the Li clan. As long as you speak the truth, I guarantee with my life and character that you will be safe and sound. What kind of character do you have? Chuyang scolded in his heart. His expression became even more sincere. Elderly, you are so knowledgeable. You must know my background. Li Tong Tian stroked his beard and smiled. He was somewhat reserved. You are right. In this world, there are really not many people or things that I don't know. My surname is Z. Chuyang said meaningfully. He chuckled, with a kind of conceit and pride. He looked at Li Tong Tian expectantly. Elderly, I don't need to continue, do I? Li Tong Tian frowned. Surname Z? What's wrong with surname Z? Why don't I have any impression of it? Li Tong Tian raised his head and looked at his other younger brother in confusion. Then, the 2 lower-grade supreme martial artists shook their heads in unison. Obviously, they had never heard of. What kind of famous surname Z in the martial world? Li Tong Tian coughed awkwardly. Thinking of his boasting just now, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Young brother, please. This, I am a little ignorant. Chuyang also revealed a stunned expression. This, I am ashamed. Chuyang laughed self-deprecatingly. That's true. My clan has never appeared in the martial world. Recently, it has even become a single generation. It is normal that elderly has never heard of it. Li Tong Tian actually couldn't help but comfort him. Brother Z, you don't have to take it to heart. It is really... Cough, cough. This is the Heavens continent. Over the years, who knows how many clans that used to rule over a region have turned into dust. At least, your clan, and your existence. Compared to those clans that have disappeared forever, this is already a very fortunate thing. Yes, elderly is right. Chuyang took a breath. How could he not tell? Although Li Tong Tian's words were meant to comfort him, the threat behind them was also so obvious. If you don't listen, your clan will become like those clans, but why would I not listen? I can't wait to explain it to you. I am Z Xiaoyan. Chuyang seemed to be a little disappointed. I am from the Purple Crystal Clan. Purple Crystal Clan? Li Tong Tian's eyes flashed. Beside him, the other person even trembled. Just the name of this clan alone was enough to make one's imagination run wild. Especially the people from the Li clan who were guarding a purple crystal mine that couldn't be mined. One could imagine how depressed they were. And now, someone who claimed to be from the Purple Crystal Clan had actually appeared. And this person was even able to destroy the Wind Thunder platform with his weak strength? Yes, our Purple Crystal Clan has extraordinary martial arts and has always been the source of trouble. Therefore, our ancestors have instructed that no one is allowed to leave the martial world. Chuyang sighed. It's a pity that after a great change, I am the only one left. His sigh was, of course, ignored. The 2 supreme martial artists only had one thought in their minds right now. Extraordinary martial arts? The source of trouble? What kind of extraordinary martial arts are considered the source of trouble? Our clan's purple crystal divine technique can resonate with the aura of purple crystals from a distance. We can easily find out where there are purple crystal mines. Furthermore, no matter how difficult it is to mine a purple crystal mine, we can easily mine purple crystals. This technique is really useless. Using a very proud and helpless tone, Chuyang threw out a bombshell. And cylinders say 3 things. The first thing, Vice Moderator Lord Ben Xin has recommended a book to me, Riding the Wind and Reigning in the Sword. It is currently ranked second on the monthly rankings of new books on the homepage. Everyone, please go and take a look. Gee, the second thing. There are some tragedies today. Cough, cough. I have a small notebook, cough, from when I was studying. In it, I wrote some things that I can't let my wife see, such as love poems. The most terrible thing is that I had a crush on many people at that time, so I wrote a lot. Although I have never confessed to any of them, I have written a lot of love poems. This book has always been stuffed in the gap between the two innermost books in the bookshelf. I have even forgotten about it. But today, my wife went crazy and insisted on cleaning the bookshelf. I was hugging the otherworldly, evil monarch on the balcony and enjoying myself when I was suddenly pulled up. What is this? The cigarette in my mouth fell onto my pajamas on the spot. My wife was amazed. So talented. There are quite a lot of people. Xia, AI, Xiao. There are actually 14 or 15 of them. So awesome. The pitiful me has already been explaining for a whole day. Can't you see that this book has already turned yellow? What year is it now? Sigh. The third thing. There will still be an outbreak today, but it will be a little later. The gap between the monthly votes is getting wider and wider. I beg everyone to catch up a little, and let me see some hope. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 1241. Clang. The white jade teacup in Li Tongtian's hands fell to the ground and broke into 3 pieces. At this moment, Supreme Martial Artist Li's eyes were as big as copper bells. Even his breathing became hurried, and his face flushed red. Can easily explore the purple crystal mine? Can easily mine the purple crystal mine? Isn't this the problem that has been troubling the Li clan for 10,000 years? How is it that this little guy who jumped out of nowhere actually solved this problem that has been around for 10,000 years? Li Tongtian only felt a wave of dizziness. That supreme martial artist beside him wasn't any better. His mouth was opened so wide that 2 duck eggs could be stuffed into it. A few soft sounds came from outside. The other 4 supreme martial artists who had been eavesdropping couldn't help but knock their heads against the tent. "What's the matter?" asked Chu Yang in surprise. Nothing much," Li Tongtian said, rather disheveled. Then he raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. Brother Z, what he said just now, I don't quite understand. Cough, cough, can you explain?" Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. "I also know that this kind of thing is very hard to believe." He laughed bitterly. "But it's precisely because of this that my clan doesn't dare to come out into the world. We can only hide in the mountains and forests. However, our clan's bloodline is special. If we want to cultivate, we have to borrow the energy of purple crystals." He reached out his hand. "Elderly, take a look." Li Tongtian hurriedly looked over. In Chu Yang's fair palm, as he circulated his energy, a clear purple line appeared. This was purple through and through, the purest purple in the world. The moment it entered his eyes, Li Tongtian was already certain that he had never seen such a pure and majestic purple color in his entire life. Of all colors, this was the true ruler. Furthermore, Li Tongtian could tell that this was a pure purple that leaked out from the bloodline. It was definitely not some deliberate mystification, and neither was it some pigment precipitation. Li Tongtian tried to touch it. At once, he felt an indescribable feeling, as if his entire mind was about to be immersed in it. He let go of his hand in horror, his face already full of shock. "This is my family's purple crystal divine art." Chu Yang sighed. "Only those who are born with the purple crystal bloodline will have to open the purple crystal connection when they are still in their infancy and open the purple aura to the heavens. Before the age of 15, the first stage of the purple crystal divine technique must be broken through. Only then will one be able to sense the aura of the purple crystal after cultivating it to a certain level, determine the mineral veins, and then plunder the purple crystals." Chu Yang's voice was filled with pain. His face was also filled with pain. In fact, there was even a hint of sadness in his voice. "Such harsh conditions, and I can only be a miner after I've mastered it. What kind of tragedy is this?" Li Tongtian was dumbfounded as well, his whole body trembling. To the Li clan, this is such a good thing. He rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, I didn't use force. Otherwise, if I angered this little brat would have destroyed both jade and common stone. That would have been a complete loss. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he managed to force out the purple crystal divine art and solve the problem with his mouth, just listen what he said every day. How harsh were the conditions? Must be in the swaddling clothes of the purple crystal bloodline and open the purple crystal connection. Must reach the first stage before the age of 15. Which member of the Li clan had the purple crystal bloodline? Wouldn't that mean that they would all be eliminated in the first stage? It's all thanks to my cautiousness. Chuyang continued to complain, especially the cultivation of this divine art, which requires countless purple crystals. Other spiritual energy of the universe can't be used at all. Ever since the accident happened to the clan, I'm the only one left. All the treasures have also been taken away. My purple crystal divine art can't be continued anymore. That's why I came out to roam the martial world. These days have been tough. Chu Yang's tears and snot were all over his face as he spoke in an incredibly sorrowful manner. It's indeed not easy. Li Tongtian agreed with him absent-mindedly, his mind constantly plotting. Once I came out, it didn't matter, but it became even more tragic. Chu Yang's face was filled with grief and indignation. All the purple crystal mines are occupied by the big clans, not to mention using purple crystals to cultivate. I've even been reduced to working as a blood payer to earn purple crystals to cultivate. Left with no other choice, I headed all the way north, specifically looking for a place where people rarely go. When I arrived here one day, I sensed a strong purple crystal aura. That's why I took the risk and broke the Wind Thunder platform. I had wanted to find a few pieces of purple crystals to use, but who would have thought that there was actually nothing in this Wind Thunder platform? It's just a purple crystal suppressing object. Chuyang looked up at the sky and sighed. Purple crystal suppressing object? Li Tongtian's eyes instantly widened. I'd like to hear more about it. To put it simply, this Wind Thunder arena is here to suppress one's luck. Chuyang explained somewhat helplessly. You won't understand if I put it this way. He added in his heart, actually, I don't understand it myself either. I really don't understand. Brother Z, please enlighten me. Li Tongtian eagerly poured more tea for Chuyang. Let's put it this way. Purple crystal mines only exist in places where fate energy is abundant. In such places, in terms of geomancy and divination, are generally known as dragon veins. And this Wind Thunder platform is precisely suppressing the energy of the dragon veins, preventing it from leaking out. I thought that this was the dragon's head that was suppressing the dragon's head. So I bravely used the purple crystal divine technique to cut down all the way. Who knew that the purple crystal mine here was actually so huge? It was only when I cut all the way to the bottom that I realized that there was actually still a very long way to go from here to the real mine. Just as I was about to dig my way over from here, your people arrived. I finally endured for 3 months with much difficulty. Today, the weather finally became abnormal, with torrential rain, hail, and snow everywhere. I had originally wanted to take advantage of the heavens and earth to escape. Who would have thought that in such weather, I would actually be blocked by this powerful supreme martial artist? There was no way out for me, and other than revealing my own secret, there was no other way out. Chuyang looked up at the sky and sighed. This is fate. Could it be that our Purple Crystal clan is ultimately still unable to avoid the fate of working so hard for others to take advantage of? His confession was really tearful. But such a sorrowful confession was earth-shattering good news in the ears of the two supreme martial artists. As Chuyang spoke sorrowfully, the more they listened, the more radiant they became. Towards the end, they were even beaming with joy, unable to contain their joy. This was really like someone sending a pillow to them when I wanted to take a nap, when I wanted to marry a wife, a young lady who was deeply in love with them came. The heavens were fulfilling their wishes. Why must our Li clan have to suffer in such a bitter and cold place? Why does early clan place so much importance on the matter of the Wind Thunder platform being severed this time? Isn't it because of this? After a few years, we have indeed reaped great rewards. I believe that even if the Elder Master were to hear of this news, he would also be so elated that he would jump high in joy, right? Underneath the Lee clan, there was an enormous purple crystal mine that was so vast that there was a sea of them. If all of them were to be mined out, hiss. Li Tongtian gasped in exhilaration, almost choking himself to death. This old man is too exhilarated. Yes, it hasn't been verified yet. I need to verify it first before I make any plans. Brother Z. Li Tongtian made up his mind. Do you really have such amazing skills? Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. Elderly, although our clan has never appeared in the world, have you really not heard of our Purple Crystal clan? I heard that in these tens of thousands of years, there was a generation of big clans. They even specially invited people from our Purple Crystal clan to go and select the terrain. Li Tongtian was rather embarrassed, but he was complaining in his heart. You also know that it has been tens of thousands of years. How many things can be forgotten in tens of thousands of years? Other things aside, how many times have the big clans changed? Do you still think that I would know? However, Li Tongtian could understand. Humans generally viewed themselves and their clans as exceptionally impressive. Even if they were just ordinary people, they also felt good about themselves and were extremely mighty. They always felt that others would remember them after they had done something. Actually, some things are very normal. It's just that you feel that you're impressive. You may view yourself as the most important person in the world, but in the eyes of others, who would view you as so important? Who knows? You might even be less than a fart. A fart could even stink for a while. Therefore, the biggest weakness of most people was that they thought too highly of themselves. This only successor of the Purple Crystal clan in front of him had committed exactly this problem. However, to Li Tongtian, not only was this not a problem, it was instead a weakness that could be exploited. Brother Z, as long as you really have this ability, you've really struck gold in coming to the northwest this time. Li Tongtian's eyes were vivid and enticing. Chu Yang curled his lips and chuckled bitterly. Elderly, let's not beat around the bush. Since I've landed in your hands today, please just say it directly. What do you want me to do in order for you to let me go? Let's not beat around the bush. If I can't do it, you won't let me off either. This is something that no one needs to say. If that's the case, I'll leave my life behind. If I can do it, I'll finish it as soon as possible and leave as soon as possible. Li Tongtian laughed loudly, his white beard trembling. Brother Z, you're underestimating me too much. How can I be the kind of person who only knows how to take advantage of others? Our Li clan has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. When has our golden reputation ever done anything to let others down? Chu Yang was perplexed and shocked. Then, Li Tongtian beamed and said, Brother Z, this is your chance. As long as you really have the ability that you say, I can guarantee it. All the purple crystals that you need for your cultivation in the future, no matter how many there are, our Li clan will take them all and provide them for free. Chu Yang was pleasantly surprised. Really? Of course. Li Tongtian continued. Not only that, furthermore, as long as you really have that ability, our Li clan can even help you rebuild the Purple Crystal clan. We'll take full responsibility to help you take in wives and concubines and pass down the family name. We'll even promise that our clans will be allies forever. We'll never betray each other in all our lifetimes. Chu Yang's breathing quickened. His eyes were misty and his fingers were trembling in agitation. His lips were trembling nonstop. You're not lying to me? Chapter 1242. Why would I lie to you? Li Tongtian smiled amiably. His eyes were gentle and proud, just like a weasel that had caught a chicken. Brother Z, I am a second-grade supreme martial artist who has crossed the boundary between immortal and mortal. Do you think that with my status, it is possible for me to lie to you? Chu Yang hurriedly replied, My apologies. There is no way that time would lie to me. There is no way that time would lie to me. Her. Li Tongtian's eyes flashed sharply. Look, you're in my hands now. I can threaten you with your life or use other means to make you submit. This is not difficult, right? Chuyang repeatedly agreed. He looked extremely terrified. He was sweating profusely as he said, "It's not difficult. It's not difficult." Li Tongtian nodded satisfactorily. "But I will still give you a chance to cooperate." Overjoyed, Chu Yang said, "As long as your clan can give me a certain degree of fairness and fulfill your promise, I, Zi Xiaoyan, will not hesitate to do this." Laughingly, Tongtian said, "That's right. Our clan wants to develop, and your clan wants to survive. We can give you the greatest help, and you can also help us and solve our problems. In this way, everyone can get what they need. Isn't that good? We could talk about benefits first and then cooperate sincerely. This is better than scheming against each other, isn't it?" Chu Yang laughed. "Elderly is indeed someone who can do great things." Li Tongtian smiled slightly and said reservedly, "However, these things that you have said are only your side of the story. I have to verify it before I can introduce you to the clan with confidence." He raised his head indifferently and said, "I need to see your abilities." Chu Yang said confidently, "How do you want to see it?" Li Tongtian tapped the table lightly with his fingers and said deeply, "How can you make me see it?" Chu Yang said excitedly, "I can make you see it however you want to see it." "Good." Li Tongtian clapped his hands. "As long as you can help me find a purple crystal mine nearby, I will believe you." Chu Yang was furious at once. There is no purple crystal mine nearby. The only large purple crystal mine is 150 kilometers northwest from here. Where do you want me to find it? Li Tongtian was taken aback. Looking at him, he muttered in his heart, "Wouldn't we be at the Li clan if we had 150 kilometers northwest?" This little Zhen was not simple. "If it wasn't for the fact that your Li clan had occupied the main purple crystal mine, why would I have to go through so much trouble and risk being struck to death by the heavenly thunder to hack at this wind thunder platform?" Chu Yang grumbled, his anger still not appeased. Li Tongtian pondered for a moment. "Since that's the case, there's no time to lose. Let's return to the clan immediately." He left just like that. This supreme martial artist didn't even want the 10 anymore. Instead, he stood in front of Chu Yang to protect him. With the fastest speed possible, they rushed towards the northwest like a bolt of lightning. Behind them, Li Donghai and the others looked miserable. "Are we going to stay here or leave? Say something, Li clan." It was Chu Yang's first time coming to the northwest region, and it was also his first time seeing the world-famous Li clan. When he saw it from afar, he was already shocked. When he got closer, he felt even more shocked. The style of the Li clan. It was completely different from his Zhuge clan, which was located on flat ground. The entire mountain range was filled with buildings and lofty pavilions. Just like a huge dragon, it stretched across the entire mountain range. There were pavilions and pavilions everywhere, richly ornamented. Naturally, it exuded a majestic aura, as if a ferocious tiger roaring in the valley. Just by looking at the style of the buildings, one could tell that it was already insufferably arrogant. The entire mountain pass had been pierced through by a huge rock to form a huge gate. At the top, there was even a majestic carving of a divine dragon. Its claws were flying, looking very powerful. "How majestic this time around," Chu Yang said from the bottom of his heart. "Majestic, right?" Li Tongtian chuckled. "In the future, you can stay here for a long time, and you can still be majestic." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "Actually, I want to leave now. It's a pity that you definitely won't agree to it." Li Tongtian burst into laughter. He extended his hand and gestured. "Please." Chu Yang strode into the Li clan with his head held high. On the way in, there were guards saluting along the way. There were countless defenses, both overtly and covertly. Chu Yang counted. There were actually as many as 35 lines of defense from the mountain gate all the way to the clan gathering place. Furthermore, there was an expert leading the team at every line of defense. The further in they went, the more powerful the team leader was. In the end, it was already third-grade supreme martial artists leading a group of martial saints in charge. The Li clan's main hall was very majestic. The moment they arrived at the main hall, the doors opened and two groups of people came out in an orderly manner. Li Tongtian was obviously used to it. He invited Chu Yang in eagerly. Just as the host and guests sat down, Chu Yang's expression changed. He said, "There's actually a purple crystal mine below this main hall." Li Tongtian burst into laughter, but there was a look of astonishment in his eyes. He thought to himself, "I wasn't bragging here after all. I intentionally lured him here with the intention of testing him. I didn't expect him to have already sensed it before I even said anything." Chu Yang extended his hand. The purple line in his palm was clearly visible. It looked different from just now. This time, it was actually a little dazzling. When Li Tongtian looked at it, he actually found it dazzling. Once it senses the purple crystal mine, this bloodline purple aura will automatically awaken. But it has never been so dazzling before. Chu Yang pondered deeply and frowned. Could this be? Suddenly, he stood up in shock. Could it be the purple crystal core mine? Li Tongtian was completely relieved and smiled. In his own clan, only supreme martial artists and above had the right to know about this. There was no way it would be leaked to outsiders. There was no way the Li clan would tell this guy. But this guy said it out right away. This time, it should be confirmed without a doubt. It's still not right. Chu Yang frowned, suspicious. Why is this aura so pure and yet so obscure? Did your clan use a special method to hide the purple crystal mine? This guy was completely relying on the information provided by the sword spirit. But one had to admit that in the world of heaven, there was no one else who could provide more accurate information than the sword spirit. Ha! Brother Z is indeed amazing. Li Tongtian burst into laughter. Li Tongtian's laughter was, of course, a signal. It was to tell the people inside, "How is it? If you think it's okay, you can come out now." True enough, a few people entered the hall. They were the current leaders of the Li clan. They officially started to discuss the cooperation. Everyone began to haggle fiercely. The Li clan proposed, first, to help the Purple Crystal clan rebuild. Second, no matter how long Zishaoyan lived in the future, all the purple crystals he needed would be provided by the Li clan. Third, to let Zishaoyan have his own family in the Li clan. Fourth, both parties would be allies and not subordinate to each other. Fifth, Zishaoyan would enjoy the treatment of a super high official in the Li clan. Such conditions, they were indeed sincere. But this Zishaoyan was actually very dissatisfied. He proposed. The first condition was invalid. Even if he wanted to find a wife, she couldn't be from the Li clan. What if someone from the Li clan had the purple crystal bloodline? What should he do then? Would he still be able to live? Second, he didn't want the purple crystals provided by the Li clan, but he wanted 30% of the purple crystals he mined. No problem with the third, fourth, and fifth. There was a dispute. It was the first and second conditions. Chu Yang put on a dead pig, doesn't fear boiling water look. The understanding that he had shown in the valley had completely disappeared. He had become a piece of hob meat. It was good that they couldn't come to an agreement. Chu Yang straightened his neck and stood up. Either you let me go, or you kill me, or you agree to my conditions. In the end, this guy refused to budge. The Li clan had no choice but to agree to the first condition. They thought to themselves, "It's not too late to discuss this matter at length, as long as you stay here." There are countless beauties in the Li clan. Do you think they won't be able to seduce you? As long as you impregnate my daughter, won't the purple crystal bloodline be in your hands naturally? By then, can you still not nurture your own son? By the time you succeed, it will also be the time of your death. As for the second condition, there was a huge disagreement. Chu Yang demanded 30% of the purple crystal bloodline. The Li clan was exasperated. They had never seen such a greedy person. "We have hundreds of thousands of people, but we only want 70%. You alone want 30%. What kind of logic is this? Then wouldn't it be the Li clan working for you?" Both parties argued on the basis of reason and engaged in a war of words. This time, the Li clan didn't give in at all. Two choices. 1. We will supply you with purple crystals. 2. You will take 1/250. The difference between 1/250 and 30% was obviously too big. How could Chu Yang let it go just like that? In the end, he pretended to be a dead pig. No matter what they asked, he didn't say a word. The Li clan was so anxious that they couldn't do anything. They really didn't expect this bastard to be such a troublesome piece of meat that couldn't be cut, chopped, cooked, or chewed. Yet they couldn't beat him, scold him, get angry, or kill him. Chu Yang was helpless too. If I don't act serious, you will become suspicious instead. If I get serious, you won't be willing. Do you think I want to be here with you? In the end, Chu Yang finally proposed a compromise. How about this? If there are only 100 purple crystals, I won't take any. If there are 1,000 purple crystals, I want 100 purple crystals. If there are 10,000 purple crystals, I want 1,200 purple crystals. If there are 100,000 purple crystals, I want 15,000 purple crystals, and so on. The Li clan still felt that they were at a disadvantage. Therefore, more than 10 supreme martial artists haggled and argued fiercely in the main hall, as though they were in a market. For a moment, saliva and bad breath flew everywhere. Their old and young faces were the same, all covered in saliva. In the end, they finally settled on the price, directly set it at 8%. If there were 100 purple crystals, there would be 8 for you. If there were 1,000 purple crystals, there would be 80 for you. If there were 10,000 purple crystals, there would be 800 for you, and so on. This was the limit. Chu Yang pinched his nose and agreed. At the side, Li Tongtian was almost asleep when this group of people finally came to a conclusion and finished dividing the loot. The few old men were so angry that their eyes turned blue. The way they looked at Chu Yang was as though they couldn't wait to swallow him whole. This fellow was too difficult to deal with. He was practically a miser. Wanting to take advantage of him was harder than ascending to heaven. Chapter 1243. The few old men who negotiated with Chu Yang were so angry that their eyes turned blue. Even when the negotiation was over, they still looked at Chu Yang with eyes that wished they could swallow him whole. This fellow was really too difficult to deal with. He was practically a miser. Trying to take advantage of him was harder than ascending to the heavens. I really have to hand it to the Li clan. Every one of you is a miser. Every one of you is a top-notch, veteran troublemaker. Trying to take advantage of all of you is harder than ascending to the heavens. Chu Yang started to take advantage of the situation seriously. He said in grief and indignation, "All of you have taken advantage of me. I've suffered a huge loss in this negotiation." This sentence made the few old men who were almost exhausted from negotiating with him earlier spit out a mouthful of blood in unison. Who exactly was the troublemaker here? Who was the one who had suffered a huge loss? You must speak with a conscience. One of the old men's fingers trembled. Just as he spoke, he was interrupted by Li Tongtian. "Since we've finished negotiating the terms and the matter has already been settled, there's no point in saying anything more," Li Tongtian said bluntly. "Next, we should also arrange for Brother Z's accommodation. We want the best guest room for him first. Tomorrow afternoon, arrange for people to take care of his daily needs. Remember, Brother Z is going to be staying here for a long time. Choose the best resources, the best location, and the most skilled people. As for the maids, choose the best. This afternoon, everything related to Brother Z must be arranged properly. His identity token and so on must be in place. Since we're allies, we must make friends with the greatest sincerity. Only by showing our sincerity can we exchange it for sincerity," Li Tongtian said sanctimoniously. "Tomorrow morning, select your best men and follow Brother Z to survey the purple crystal mine. As for us old fellows, we won't be accompanying you. However, there's something I have to say first. If there's anyone who's blind enough to offend Brother Z and make him angry, then this old man will definitely not forgive them." As an important figure in the Li clan's ancestral generation, Li Tongtian's words naturally carried great weight. After he finished speaking, he quickly and discreetly gave a look behind Chu Yang's back. This made the negotiators come to a realization. "You bunch of fools. Do you really think you're negotiating with him? It's just a formality. As for the purple crystals, what's wrong with leaving them with him first? Isn't that just for us? Once the plan succeeded, how many purple crystals would he have saved? We'll take back as many purple crystals as we want. Furthermore, take his life as well. All the old men understood tacitly. Of course, Chu Yang knew what was going on. Li Tongtian's words were extremely beautiful, but there was a discrepancy in the timing. They would stay in the guest room for tonight. Tomorrow morning, he would send someone to accompany him to survey the purple crystal mine. Tomorrow afternoon, he would allocate resources for him. Yes, if he discovered that this successor of the Purple Crystal clan did not have the ability or was unable to mine the Purple Crystal mine in the morning, then he could forget about allocating resources in the afternoon. He could forget about even thinking about keeping his life. That afternoon, the Li clan members brought Chu Yang to stay in the guest room. Naturally, Chu Yang had to pretend to be angry and suffer a great loss. He went in with a straight face. The housekeeper of the Li clan wanted to follow him in to help him clean up, but he was slammed shut by Chu Yang. The housekeeper's nose was almost caught in the crack of the door. He couldn't help but get angry. What are you so arrogant for? If you can't produce results tomorrow, this old man will personally punish you. Chu Yang was undoubtedly worried about the same problem. The sword spirit was definitely able to mine the purple crystal mine. Besides, he had hit the jackpot this time. On one hand, it was to take advantage of the situation. On the other hand, it was also to pave the way for Mo Tianji's future plans. However, the biggest problem was that sword spirits usually mined without making a sound. Nothing could be seen on the surface. The sword spirit would have finished mining. However, this obviously could not be done now because the Li clan wanted results. There had to be an effect. There had to be obvious progress. That was the only way. If there wasn't, his head would be rolling on the ground in an instant. On the surface, Chu Yang seemed to be deceiving them. He was full of lies and finally managed to sneak into the Li clan easily. However, in reality, this was the most dangerous situation Chu Yang had ever been in his life. This was not like when he was in Great Zhao. Back then, he could still move around freely and there were plenty of cover. He could hide anywhere for 10 days to half a month. But now, his every move was under the surveillance of others. This was the core area of one of the great clans, their headquarters. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in a tragic death. There wasn't even the slightest chance of escaping. It could be said that Chu Yang was dancing on a tightrope above a cliff. Life and death were just a matter of swaying. Sword Spirit, how is it? Are you confident? Chu Yang closed the door and immersed his consciousness into the tribulation space. The sword spirit revealed a strange expression and said, "There should be no problem." Chu Yang was relieved. "What level are you at now?" Chu Yang asked. "I've basically recovered completely. Now that I'm at your level, I can exert the cultivation of a peak third-grade supreme martial artist." There shouldn't be any problem. The sword spirit was very happy. There had never been a tribulation sword master who had improved so quickly. Even he was basking in the glory. "If we fight now, I can totally deal with those below the supreme grade." Chu Yang frowned and said, "But what does the difference between a 5th grade supreme martial artist and a 2nd grade supreme martial artist mean?" The moment he asked this question, the sword spirit also became distressed at once. There's really no way to explain this question clearly. Without experiencing it personally, it's very difficult to explain that subtle feeling. It's a kind of difference between transcendence and non-transcendence. The sword spirit pondered for a moment and said, "Look at Li Tongtian. Whether it's his expression or the way he walks, he's very calm. Even if it's a conspiracy, when it comes out of his mouth, it's also very casual. This is the strong foundation brought about by the difference between a celestial and a mortal. And Yu Ling Xue, Feng Euro, and so on. Their expressions and aura are all very transcendental. This is also a kind of performance. Of course, when one reaches the level of Bulu Qing and Ning Tianya, it's another step. And this step is a step that allows one to return to one's true nature. Every action and action is not that kind of transcendence, but it brings out one's true nature. Not hiding it all, The sword spirit's words were vague and obscure, but Chu Yang already understood. This was indeed an indescribable and unexplainable realm. Or rather, it was a foundation. Only with great power can one have confidence in oneself. Haven't you seen some of the big shots or super rich people in the society? They all carry a kind of certainty involuntarily, or rather, a kind of demeanor. All of them are unhurried and unhurried, as if they're neither dead nor alive. Whether they're officials or rich people, they all have this kind of confidence. As for the ordinary poor people, when they see these people, they can't help but feel that they're inferior to them. This is it. It's just that the foundation of these people is money and power. But in Chu Yang's world, the foundation is cultivation. If these people still carry this kind of foundation when they arrive in Chu Yang's world, they'll probably transmigrate again in a matter of minutes. Cough. Stop nagging. I'm trying to fill in the chapter. And so, Chu Yang began to practice. In the eyes of those people who had been closely monitoring this room, they saw a scene like this. They saw the successor of the Purple Crystal clan holding a piece of purple crystal in each hand and adopting a strange posture. His legs were spread apart, and he was squatting in a horse stance, as if he was taking a dump. He held the purple crystal in both hands and placed it in front of his heart, maintaining the unity of his three hearts. He looked down at his nose and entered a meditative state. Then, they saw a layer of faint purple energy emitting from the purple crystal, which was absorbed into the nostrils of the successor of the Purple Crystal clan. After a long time, this successor of the Purple Crystal clan sighed. Looking at the two pieces of purple crystals in his hands, they had already turned into powder. Such a cultivation method was practically unheard of. Everyone used the acupoints on their palms to absorb the spiritual energy of the universe inside the purple crystal. But this successor of the Purple Crystal clan was really worthy of being called the successor of the Purple Crystal clan. To think that he actually used his nose, several experts who were monitoring from different directions reported this observation at the same time. The experts of the Li clan discussed and studied it for a long time. All of them felt that this matter was extremely mysterious, and they couldn't understand it all. It looked like this was definitely a cultivation method unique to the Purple Crystal clan. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Someone knocked on the door. Lord Z, may I know? Chu Yang lay comfortably on the bed. In a daze, he cursed loudly, "Fuck. What are you knocking for? Are you dead? Can't you even let me sleep?" Outside, the clan leader of the Li clan, Li Wubua, was waiting with his hand behind his back. His face darkened. This bastard is really asking for a beating. The clan leader of the Li clan had originally wanted to show respect to the wise, but the moment he arrived, he was so infuriated by this sentence that he wanted to defecate. Without saying a word, he turned and left. Only the butler who was knocking on the door continued to wait angrily. After a long time, Chu Yang finally opened his clothes. Half of his chest was exposed as he opened the door. With sleepy eyes, he scolded, "What the hell is this? Don't you know the rules?" The butler was enraged, but he still suppressed his temper. "It's like this, Second Master. Second Master is currently waiting for Lord Z to head to the Purple Crystal Mine. So, it's a matter of bearing. It's a matter of self-restraint." Chu Yang was exasperated. "I'm right here and can't run away. Why is that Second Master of yours so anxious? Will he die if I wake him up a little longer? All of them are so rash. No wonder the Li clan can't become the #1 great clan. It's because they are too rash. Look at the Yi clan. What kind of self-restraint is that? Learn from them." The butler wished he could pick up a toilet bowl that had just been used and smash it over Chu Yang's head. But he still had to nod and bow. "Cough, cough. Lord Z, please move. Wait. Let me wash my face." Chu Yang was furious. He slammed the door shut. With a loud bang, the butler was thrown out of the room while covering his nose. By the time Chu Yang arrived at the main hall, an hour had already passed. "Brother Z, have you slept well?" Li Wuhai, the second master of the Li clan, asked with a fake smile. "What big shot? He actually caused him to wait here for more than 2 hours?" Chu Yang raised his eyes. What's the matter? Breakfast hasn't been arranged yet? You actually want to eat breakfast? Li Wuhai almost choked to death. He waved his hand. Serve Lord Z breakfast. Lord Z. I like this title. Chu Yang sat down boldly. When breakfast was served, he ate to his heart's content until his belly was round and round. Only then did he pat his stomach and stand up. Looking at everyone whose eyes were spitting fire, he said, "What are you all waiting for? Aren't you going to see the purple crystal mine? Why aren't you leading the way? Do you want an outsider like me to lead the way?" Each and every one of them was as dumb as a bird. How could they not care about such an important matter? No wonder the Li clan couldn't become the #1 clan. Li Wuhai held his breath. "Brother Z, please. I'll lead the way." "That's right." Chu Yang followed behind him, grumbling incessantly. "Look at your Li clan. The upper echelons don't pay attention to you. The upper echelons don't pay attention to you. The lower echelons don't pay attention to you. And the lower echelons don't pay attention to you. As a whole, you're like a plate of loose sand. Why would this happen? I find it extremely strange that it's actually listed as a big clan. If I participate in the ranking of strange events, it will definitely be listed as the top of the top 10 strange events in the past 10,000 years. Endel, cough cough, I cleared my throat and roared. Monthly vote, Seo, and G. Chapter 1244. After this incident, everyone knew that this Master Z had a very bad temper, and he was hard to please. One wrong word, and he would be fiercely reprimanded on the spot. And this Master Z never cared who was in front of him. Even the second brother of the clan master, the second master of the Li clan, was scolded like a child by him. Whether they were convinced or not, at least on the surface, all of them were more well-behaved. Chu Yang's unscrupulous behavior had a good effect, and this effect would definitely continue. All the way until Chu Yang completed his goal and left, the effect this time will be present throughout the entire process. Walk faster. Dilly-dallying. How was this the look of someone who is doing something big? Chu Yang urged impatiently. Li Wuhai gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He immediately flew up. You want to be fast? I'll pull you until you're nowhere to be seen. He didn't expect to receive this Master Z's praise. This speed is more like it. And this Master Z actually didn't lag behind at all and kept up with him. Finally, they reached the purple crystal mine. Chu Yang couldn't help but gasp. This was a huge mountain. To be precise, this was the foot of the huge mountain where the Li clan gathered. The entire mountain was surrounded by the buildings of the Li clan, and on the side of the mine, there were no trees within 100 miles. One could see the bottom of the mountain at a glance. And there was even a tall wall that was more than 100 feet tall, blocking the way. On the wall, there was a sentry tower every 30 feet, keeping a close watch on the movements inside. Not to mention humans. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly in. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge cave that could accommodate 20 carriages side by side. Countless people were entering and exiting. Everyone who came out carried a basket on their backs. Inside were densely packed with purple crystals. After a steward checked the quantity and recorded it down, they went in again. Another cave at the side. This was obviously the storeroom. It was even more massive. The surroundings were even more heavily guarded. There were actually more than 10 supreme martial artists guarding the place. And this was just on the surface. There was no telling how many more were hidden in the dark. After all, this was the true core lifeline of the Li clan. Looking at those shiny purple items being carried out one by one and put into that huge storeroom, Chu Yang once again felt that he was really a pauper. This was what a rich man should be like. Based on a rough estimate, if the warehouse was filled to the brim, it could easily fit several billion. There were already several people waiting in front of the cave. They were the current clan leader of the Li clan, Li Wubua. Seeing Chu Yang's arrival, several people came forward to greet him. Lord Z, this is my big brother. Li Wuhai snorted. He reminded, my big brother is the current clan leader of the Li clan. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he went forward to greet him enthusiastically. He grabbed Li Wubua's hand and said, oh my, clan leader Li, I've heard so much about you. and it's my honor to meet you today." Sure enough, clan head Lee's reputation was not as good as meeting him in person, but meeting him in person was even better than hearing about him. She was indeed a valiant and pure overlord, a heroic man. Now that I've met Patriarch Lee, I finally understand why the Lee clan is one of the dominant clans in the heavenly realm. Impressive, impressive. Li Wubu's face froze. No matter how thick-skinned he was still dizzy from all the flattery. Li Wuhai, who was at the side, was even more shocked. So this bastard's arrogance differed from person to person. When he saw him, he was so arrogant, but when he saw his big brother, he was so enthusiastic that it was unbearable. "Lord Z, you're too kind." Li Wubu smiled and said, "We're going to be a family in the future. Lord Z, you should be more casual." That's right, that's right." Chuyang nodded repeatedly. "I wonder what's wrong with this purple crystal mine." He pointed at the people who were carrying baskets of purple crystals out. "Isn't this place rich in resources?" From the looks of it, the mining is also very smooth. It is indeed very smooth. "Brother Z, there's something you don't know." Li Wubu sighed. 3,000 feet below this place is a densely packed purple crystal mine. The size of the mine is immeasurable. Basically, for every 100 stones mined, there are close to 4 to 5 purple crystals. Chu Yang was speechless. Such a high ratio of crystals. That's absolutely terrifying. However, if the mining continued like this, wouldn't this mountain have collapsed long ago? As everyone knew, purple crystals were usually hidden in rocks. When the rocks were mined, specialized people would have to use the purple crystal sanding hands to carefully polish the rocks and then extract the purple crystals. During this process, if the purple crystals were to be damaged, the spiritual energy of the universe would be lost to a large extent. Generally speaking, for a purple crystal mine, if 5 out of 1,000 stones mined contained purple crystals, it could already be said to be a super purple crystal mine. However, this purple crystal mine of the Li clan was actually able to produce a yield of 1,000 stones from other purple crystal mines. This was practically inconceivable. No wonder the Li clan stayed here and refused to leave. This is where the problem lies. Li Wubo laughed bitterly and said, "We've been mining for 10,000 years, but we've only mined the periphery. Moreover, the deeper we go, the less purple crystals there are left." However, what's depressing is that in the middle of this purple crystal mine, there's a super purple crystal mine, but we can't break through its exterior and mine it. It's only this piece that supports the entire mountain from the bottom to the top. No matter how we dig, it won't collapse even if we don't put up any defenses. There's actually such a thing. Chu Yang frowned. Even supreme martial artists can't mine it. Li Wubu sighed. Even a low-grade supreme martial artist can't break it. Chu Yang's expression became heavy. For 10,000 years, the purple crystals mined by the Li clan are more than several billion. However, all of them are of the same quality, the most ordinary purple crystals. There's not even a single purple crystal core. And in that part that can't be broken through, even the lowest quality is purple crystal core. At this point, Li Wubu sighed. Every time such a problem was brought up, all the higher-ups of the Li clan would have the urge to vomit blood. Such a situation was just like a bunch of paupers guarding a mountain of gold. They clearly knew that moving a stone from this mountain of gold would make them a tycoon, but they couldn't even scrape off a single bit of it. One could only imagine how depressing they were. "I'll go in and take a look." Chu Yang's expression was heavy. He said, "I don't know if I can break it. This is the first time even for our purple crystal clan. A low-grade supreme martial artist should be able to twist our iron and nightmare steel into a fried dough twist. There's actually a stone here that even a low-grade supreme martial artist can't break. What kind of stone can it be?" As he spoke, he was about to walk in. "Cough, cough, Brother Z. To enter this purple crystal mine, you have to check your body thoroughly. Furthermore, you can't bring any storage equipment in," Li Wubu said rather embarrassedly. "Oh yes, there's such a rule." Chu Yang readily accepted his advice. He took off that empty storage ring that had no other purpose other than to fool others and handed it to the elder guarding the purple crystal mine. Then, he allowed them to search his body. After confirming that there was nothing on him other than a set of clothes. Brother Z, please don't blame me. Li Wubo apologized with a smile. It's all right. These are the rules. Nothing can be accomplished without rules, Chu Yang said magnanimously. What's wrong with that? I have the tribulation space with me. Its capacity is 10,000 times larger than that of a storage ring. After entering the cave, he actually felt a wave of warmth. After walking in for a while, a huge space suddenly appeared. Countless people were working here. The sound of grinding could be heard everywhere. All the purple crystal ores that had been mined were placed here. There were a total of 1,000 people who were skilled in grinding hands, opening the stones, and extracting purple crystals. They first used their large sabers to hack off the corners of the stones. Then, they cut the stones piece by piece. If they didn't find any purple crystals, they would continue cutting until the stone was completely sliced into pieces. Then, they would proceed to the next piece. If they found faint traces of purple inside, they would start to use their grinding hands to slowly grind it. When a piece of purple crystal was completely extracted, the stone would also turn into powder. After all, these ores were very strange. Even a low-grade supreme martial artist couldn't be sure which piece would contain purple crystals. The purple crystals that had been mined were placed separately. The shattered stones and stone powder were immediately cleaned up and transported out. The entire process was done in an orderly manner. Only the loud noise didn't stop from beginning to end. This process was very slow. However, with 1,000 people working together, it was also very fast. There were only a dozen people in charge of transporting the purple crystals out. They almost didn't stop. When they went out and came in again, there was already a big basket of hundreds of pieces in the depths of the cave. There were more than a dozen spacious passages. Large carts of huge stones were continuously transported out. These were the raw ores. Brother Z, what do you think? Li Wubwa introduced. From here, there are a total of 18 passages into the purple crystal mine. After going deeper into each passage, there are nearly 100 more tunnels. Every day, there are no less than 30,000 people working here. It's all right. It's just that the efficiency is a little low. Chu Yang nodded lightly. A little low? Li Wubwa almost couldn't catch his breath. This was already the fastest and most efficient method. You actually said that it was low? Chu Yang walked up to a huge pile of raw ores. He reached out and placed his hand on it. Then, he shook his head and said, There are no purple crystals in this piece. With a raise of his hand, he smashed the raw ore into pieces. Indeed, there was nothing inside. Then, he pasted another piece. Still nothing. He smashed it again. After 3 pieces in a row, it was the 4th piece. There are. Bring me a knife. He took the knife casually. With 4 slashes, a complete piece of purple crystal was cut out. Purple light flashed. There was actually no damage at all. The entire process left the Li clan members dumbfounded. Chu Yang threw down the knife. Pursing his lips, he said very pretentiously, This is called high efficiency. Li Wubwa's eyes lit up like searchlights. Brother Z is indeed the successor of the Purple Crystal Clan. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Since ancient times, no one had ever seen through the purple crystal raw ores. But in the hands of this person, they were actually as transparent as glass. What a terrifying ability. Chapter 1245. Li Wubwa decided at once. Even if this guy couldn't mine the core purple crystal mine inside, he couldn't kill him either. With his cultivation and speed, it would be a piece of cake for him to mine 20,000 purple crystals in a day. What a talent. All these are really boring. Lord Z clapped his hands smugly. Let's go and take a look at the purple crystal mine that can't be mined. Yes, yes, yes. Li Wubwa nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. At this moment, his confidence was increasing continuously. The other party actually had such unfathomable abilities. It looked like it was highly possible to mine that damned purple crystal mine that couldn't be mined for the past 10,000 years. After entering the mine, under the lead of a supervisor, the few of them walked briskly, bearing with the noise as they walked down. After walking down a full 3,000 feet, They finally arrived at a huge space. From here, it looked like a huge cylindrical mountain with a width of several thousand feet. Its height and depth were unknown. The surroundings were already bare from top to bottom. It's here. The entire inside is filled with purple crystals. Li Wubo frowned and smiled bitterly. The surrounding purple crystal mines have already been mined and are now extending outwards. Only the core has not been touched in the past 10,000 years. Even if a low-grade supreme martial artist were to mine with all his might, he wouldn't be able to leave even a white mark on it. It's so sturdy and solid. I really don't know what this thing is. Let me take a look. Chu Yang walked forward and placed his hand on it. Suddenly, his countenance changed. That's right. There are indeed huge amounts of high-quality purple crystals inside. The most inferior ones are also purple crystal cores. There's no doubt about this. Can it be mined? Li Wubo asked seriously. Let me try. All of you step back. Chu Yang's countenance was grim. Everyone retreated as instructed. This purple crystal successor squatted in a horse stance. Then he raised both his hands and fingers together, as if he was using a lot of force to push forward. In just an instant, his face was already flushed red. This posture made him look like he was constipated, as if he couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he tried. Then, this Lord Z started to exhale. Hey! With a shout, a clear purple line appeared in his palm, as if it was about to break out of his palm. Then, with a majestic gait, he approached the huge cylinder step by step, as if he was carrying the weight of a mountain. Then, with a sound, he slowly placed his right palm on it. In his palm, tightly stuck to the surface. Immediately after, his palm began to rotate. The speed at which it spun was as slow as an old cow pulling a broken chariot. He kept yelling, "Hey ah, hey ah, hey ah," as if he was constipated. His face was steaming hot. His face gradually turned purple. Everyone's faces twisted as they frowned. This sound was truly unbearable. Just listening to this sound, everyone thought that they were squatting in the toilet, and there was someone suffering from constipation next door. Blurg, after a long time, Lord Z sat on the ground with a thud, panting heavily. His whole body trembled, and sweat poured out like a waterfall. In an instant, his clothes were completely soaked. How is it? Li Wubo and the rest approached him immediately. It could be mined, but it's very troublesome, Chu Yang said weakly. Everyone didn't hear his last few words at all. They only heard the two words "can be mined," and they cheered in unison at once. Purple crystal core and purple crystal were two completely different things. The effect of purple crystal core was more than 100 times that of purple crystal, and the energy of heaven and earth was more concentrated and pure. Everyone hurriedly looked at the place where Chu Yang's palm had been placed. With one look, everyone was overjoyed and speechless at the same time. It was indeed effective, and Lord Z was right. It was indeed very troublesome, and not just any kind of troublesome. The place where Lord Z's hand had been placed did indeed have some changes. This change proved that this purple crystal mine could be mined, a tiny hole as thick as a strand of hair, only half an inch deep. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to tell. This was also the reason why everyone was overjoyed, because before this, a peak-grade supreme martial artist had worked hard for a very long time, but he couldn't even leave such a tiny mark. But this was also the reason why everyone was speechless. This successor of the Purple Crystal sect had used up the strength of a camel and only managed to create such a tiny result. If they waited until the mine was completely cleared, how long would they have to wait? When would they be able to reach the point where they could enter a hole as big as a person? I need purple crystals. I need large amounts of purple crystals. This Lord Z was obviously a little deranged. Gritting his teeth, he said, I need the power of purple crystals to maintain my attack on this fortress. I've never encountered such a supremely precious purple crystal mine. Neither has our clan in the past 100,000 years. This is our purple crystal clan's greatest challenge, and also the greatest opportunity in the Heaven continent in the past 100,000 years. The greatest fortune. Lord Z gritted his teeth his gaze ferocious. I must extract all the purple crystals inside. Li Wubua consoled him. Take it slow. It's good that there's hope. Let's take our time. Actually, he was more eager than anyone else. But now that he saw that this Lord Z was obviously going crazy, he couldn't help but console him as well. No. Lord Z raised his arms and shouted, Clan Leader Li. You may not know this, but according to our Purple Crystal Clan's secret experience over the past 100,000 years, this place is too terrifying. Too terrifying. Inside this place, the purple crystal cores are merely the outermost layer. Inside, the next step was the amethyst exquisite heart. The amethyst exquisite heart also contained the amethyst jade essence. Inside the purple crystal jade essence is the soul of the purple crystal. Inside the soul of the purple crystal is the holy crystal. Do you know about the holy crystal? It's something that has only existed in legends and has never been seen before. Do you know? The number of souls of the purple crystal here is terrifying. There's definitely more than one holy crystal. There are at least 10 of them. The core of the holy crystal is the divine crystal. Do you know about the divine crystal? Do you know? Do you think that there are only a few purple crystal cores inside such a terrifying seal? Bastards. A bunch of short-sighted bastards. The successor of the Purple Crystal Clan, Lord Z, roared agitatedly. As he roared, his saliva sprayed all over the Li clan leader's head and face. In the end, he even started cursing. But the Li clan leader didn't care at all. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He had already fainted from the immense bliss. The purple crystal cores were only the outermost layer. Purple crystal core. Purple crystal jade essence. Souls of the purple crystal. The number was terrifying. Holy crystals. At least 10 of them. Divine crystals. Oh my God. Li Wubua and the rest were so shocked that they felt dizzy. Their bodies started trembling all over. Titis. These were all the most top-grade treasures in the legendary land of legends. At this moment, everyone was so blissful that they almost wanted to run around naked. Everyone's hearts stopped beating at this moment. Too blissful. I can't believe my ears. How many purple crystal core had appeared in the entire continent since ancient times? Definitely not more than 100. Moreover, only one piece would appear in the core of a large-scale purple crystal mine. As for the purple crystal jade essence, they were even rarer. They could be counted with one hand. And now, there is actually something of an even higher grade. Soul of the purple crystal, holy crystals, divine crystals. Oh my God, oh my earth, oh my God. That successor of the Purple Crystal Clan was still stomping his feet and roaring. Holy crystals. Just one piece to absorb the energy inside. Just one piece is enough to make a first-grade supreme martial artist. To become a peak-level supreme martial artist overnight, or even to collapse the heavens and shatter the void. Chu Yang was gasping for breath. Everyone was doing the same thing. Their eyes were wide open in ecstasy, and they were trembling all over. Instantly, they were stunned. Complete silence. After a long while, Li Wubua asked in a trembling voice, "What if it absorbs the divine? Divine crystals?" Chu Yang pursed his lips. Divine crystals? Even if the Tribulation Sword Master from 10,000 years ago directly absorbed the divine crystals, he would also explode and die from the powerful energy. Another shock. Chu Yang wasn't lying. According to the Sword Spirit's inspection, this was indeed a super purple crystal mine. Its capacity was enough to become the #1 in the continent. The purple crystal jade essence, soul of the purple crystal, holy crystals, divine crystals, were also not nonsense. They really existed. Moreover, its power was just like what Chu Yang had said, absolutely terrifying. Chu Yang had originally thought that the super purple crystal mine here would very likely contain the second segment of the Tribulation Sword. This was the most important reason why he had taken the risk to enter the Li clan this time. If he could find the second segment of the Tribulation Sword here, how great would that be? But he didn't expect that there wasn't. There was only the purest purple crystal mine here. A super huge treasure trove. The sword spirit scoffed at Chu Yang's idea. If the tribulation sword is inside, it will definitely destroy the divine crystals. And although the tribulation sword has drunk countless blood, it only knows how to nurture heavenly treasures and will never destroy them. So the tribulation sword isn't here. However, if you obtain the things inside, the effects won't be much worse than obtaining the second fragment of the calamity sword. Moreover, the effects will be different in certain aspects. In some aspects, it will far surpass the tribulation sword. And the holy crystals and divine crystals will also be of great use to your future development. The sword spirit even gritted his teeth. No matter what, you must get it at all costs. Chuyang rolled his eyes. Get it. Will it be useful to you? The sword spirit was surprised. I'm just a soul. What use is it to me? If it's useless to you, why are you so agitated? Chuyang looked down at the sword spirit. Then I don't want it. The sword spirit was dejected. Nonsense. How can I not want such good things? Chuyang shouted angrily. It's good that it's useless to you. Isn't it fine as long as it's useful to me? In his consciousness space, he gritted his teeth and shouted ferociously. No matter what. At all costs. I must get it all. It's a waste not to take it. It's a waste even if I take it. How can I not do such a good thing? Chuyang roared. The sword spirit completely fainted from anger. Too shameless. Chapter 1246. I need purple crystals. The more, the better. The more, the better. A certain successor of the Purple Crystal Clan waved his arms and roared loudly. His face was agitated, his eyes were burning, and his whole body was spasming. I need a place to stay as soon as possible. I need the authority to enter and exit the Purple Crystal Mine freely. I need all of you to gather everything I need in the next moment. I need, as though he had gone crazy, Chuyang listed his conditions again and again. I need purple crystals to improve the Purple Crystal Divine Technique and speed up the deciphering process. I can't wait a moment longer for such a huge treasure. I need to enter and leave freely so that I can come whenever I have inspiration, whether it's day or night, whether it's midnight or midnight. Do all of you understand? My place must be the most luxurious. I must be able to swim in the room. I must be able to relieve myself in the room without smelling anything. All of this is related to my mood. If I'm in a bad mood, my progress will be slower. I need servants to serve me. I need my maids to be able to participate in the heavenly beauty pageant, even if they're the worst looking. They mustn't be too short. They mustn't be fat or skinny. They mustn't have a flat body. This will affect my vision, and my vision will affect my mood. My mood will lead to, I like to be quick and decisive. I don't like to drag things out. In the future, my orders must be executed immediately. If there's any delay, kill without mercy. I need an independent space. When I'm deciphering this huge purple crystal mine, other than the moment when I'm about to succeed, all other times, everyone must get lost as far away as possible. I'm not here to play games. If the above conditions can't be met, there's no point in me living anymore. Chu Yang's continuous barrage of conditions shocked everyone in the Li clan who had yet to wake up from the huge surprise. But who was Li Wubua? He was the head of a big clan. How shrewd and ruthless was he? How quick-witted was he? In just a moment, he came back to his senses and immediately issued orders in rapid succession. Prepare purple crystals for Lord Z immediately. Prepare 10,000 crystals first. Arrange for the core residents immediately. Give Lord Z a token to enter and leave the Purple Crystal Mine freely. When Lord Z deciphers the Purple Crystal Mine, no one is allowed to watch. Prepare maids for Lord Z immediately. He wanted the highest quality beauties. I want all of them to be pure girls. Immediately, Chuyang waved his hand. Send these prepared purple crystals to where I'm staying. Tonight, I need to work overtime. Then he sat down on the ground and said, Just now I used too much of my strength. I can't walk anymore. Li Wubua hurriedly shouted, Men, carry Lord Z back. like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. The group lifted Lord Z up and sent him back. His cautiousness was no less than that of a seriously ill, white-haired mother. To suddenly discover that this purple crystal mine actually contained such a huge amount of shocking treasures. Lord Z's current status in the Li clan was extremely high. Now, it had risen to the status of a national treasure. Don't provoke this master. Don't make this master unhappy. The future of the entire Li clan now rested on this master's purple crystal divine technique. The Li clan's thinking was very complicated, but also very simple. Now is a time of trouble. Once this batch of purple crystals was mined, it would have a shocking value. Furthermore, it would be able to create a huge number of experts for the Li clan in the shortest time possible, especially now that one of the tribulations was in their clan. From this aspect, their clan had actually already broken off relations with the other 8 super clans. In the future, the Tribulation Swordmaster would come. Their clan would inevitably have to fight a life-and-death battle with the other 8 super clans. This was something that they had no chance of winning at all. Even if they were to face one of them alone, they also had no chance of winning. What more 8 super clans? If the situation became clear and they were attacked by a group, then the Li clan would be able to protect Li Xiongtu in the end. This was already a great fortune. As for how many of the others in the clan would be able to follow Li Xiongtu and create a prosperous future, they really had no confidence at all. However, the heavens were on their side. Right at this moment, within their own clan, they suddenly discovered such a shocking amount of treasures. And it was a huge treasure that could create more than 10 supreme martial artist experts in the shortest time possible. Wouldn't the Li clan be like a tiger that had grown wings? If that was really the case, coupled with the power of the Tribulation Swordmaster, then the Li clan could practically advance triumphantly across the new era with only a small price to pay. This was no longer a pie falling from the sky. It was a golden brick falling from the sky. And to this successor of the Purple Crystal Clan, who is the only one in the world who could excavate this treasure, wouldn't he be even more precious? Therefore, Li Wubo agreed to Chu Yang's conditions almost without any hesitation. He knew very well that under the huge surprise of discovering such a huge treasure, this successor of the Purple Crystal Clan had already gone a little crazy. If he were to make him unhappy at this moment, it would be equivalent to pouring cold water on the furnace. The reaction it would cause would be immeasurably severe. Watching a certain successor of the Purple Crystal Clan being carried away, Li Wubo could no longer control the joy on his face. "I'll go look for the Elder Master." He ran off without a trace. "Elder Master, this is what happened." In the secret hall of the Li clan, 4 black-robed men sat upright and listened to Li Wubo's introduction. The expressions of the 4 of them were as stiff as iron. Even their faces were a little stupefied. It was only when they heard the words "souls of the purple crystal," "holy crystal," and "divine crystal," that the eyes of the 3 people at the side suddenly lit up. Immediately after, the black-robed old man in the middle also slowly raised his head. His gaze, which seemed to have solidified, swept across them. It was just a sweep of his gaze, but it seemed to carry the weight of the vicissitudes of time, causing a sense of oppression to rise in one's heart. Li Wubo's introduction had already ended. The hall descended into silence. After a long while, the person in the middle nodded slowly and said, "You have done well in this matter. Whatever he wants, I'll give him. No matter what, retrieving the treasure is the most important task now." Although one couldn't tell how old he was from his appearance, his spirit and complexion were all healthy. They all looked healthy and rosy, but when they opened their mouths at this moment, their voices were unexpectedly hoarse and difficult to speak. It was as if a piece of metal that had been rusted for many years had suddenly been rubbed together. It was a strange, ear-piercing sound that was produced. Yes, Li Wubo was somewhat overwhelmed by the favor and responded respectfully. Even his face was somewhat flushed with agitation. The person who had spoken, he was the true founder of the Li clan, Li Jie back then, Li Chuanbo of the Li clan. Over the years, Although Li Wubwa had met this elder master a few times, the elder master didn't say a word each time. No matter what he said, the elder master didn't even raise his eyebrows. But some future plans. Li Chuanbo frowned and didn't continue speaking. He closed his eyes again. Yes, this is what I plan to do. Even if we give him the purple crystals, we only need to strictly control his movements. We're going to run to when he is within the control of our clan. As long as he can successfully retrieve it, our clan will be the biggest beneficiary. In fact, I'm even thinking that if we can match a beautiful descendant of the clan to this Zi Xiaoyan as his wife, if we can succeed, if we can give birth to a descendant, then our clan will also have the purple crystal bloodline. When that time comes, whether we kill or imprison this person will be up to us. Li Wubor reported respectfully, explaining his plans, including all the dark plots. He didn't hold back at all. He knew that in front of this elder master, no one could hide their thoughts and secrets. Li Chuanbo heaved a long sigh and shook his head. Then he paused for a moment and shook his head again before opening his eyes. In his eyes, there was a strong sense of disappointment and disapproval. Elder Master, could it be? Li Wubwa said carefully. Unfilial grandson. Li Chuanbo heaved a long sigh, somewhat disappointed. Only with sincerity can one exchange for sincerity. No one can't be friends. From your words, it can be seen that the rules of the martial world, loyalty and righteousness, have already been lost in the Li clan. Li Chuanbo seemed to be a little angry. He actually spoke a lot for the first time. Using such a method, even if you can succeed for a while, can you succeed for the next 10,000 years? The Li clan will sooner or later be defeated, and its bloodline will be lost. Why didn't you think of befriending him properly? Persuading him with emotion is far more effective than threatening him. Persuading him with reason is also much broader than enticing him with benefits. If you're sincere about befriending him, you could be of great help to the Li clan. If you burn the bridge after crossing it, who knows if the people you nurture in the future won't betray you? I'm already disappointed in the Li clan. I founded the Li clan single-handedly. Until now, I can only watch as the Li clan declines step by step. Even if there are 10,000 such treasures, if one's heart isn't upright, one can forget about keeping them. Li Chuanbo's body swayed, and he disappeared without a trace. I have retired from the clan for a long time and no longer care about the clan's affairs. Do as you see fit. For the past 10,000 years, the Li clan's thinking has already been distorted for 7,000 years. Even if I, Li Chuanbo, am the founder, what power do I have to reverse the situation? I can change the appearance of Jiang He, but what power do I have to change the hearts of my own grandson, who has been distorted for 7,000 years? Finally, he heaved a long sigh. I hope you can remember, to become a great clan, one must first become a person. That's good. Li Chuanbo's figure disappeared. The other three disappeared as well. Li Wubwa got up in a daze, somewhat absent-minded. However, after a long time, his heart calmed down again. Gritting his teeth, he thought silently to himself. The Elder Master has not come out into the world all these years and is not familiar with the current martial world. I may treat others as a ruler, but who will treat me as a ruler? In that case, wouldn't the Li clan be destroyed even faster? How could recruiting a successor of the purple crystal sword supremacy, whose personality and temperament had already been fixed, be as reassuring as grooming one himself? The most important thing now was to protect the clan. As for becoming a ruler, it would be better to think about it slowly after this calamity was over. When that time came, as long as he had the ability, the scheming, and the means, what kind of friend couldn't he make? Why do you have to try to be conciliatory at such a critical moment? Li Wubbo walked out in big strides. In the void behind him, a sorrowful sigh could be heard. Cough, it's too late. Sorry. I will continue to write the second update. In the afternoon, I rushed over to my father-in-law's house. As it turned out, my father-in-law and mother-in-law had gotten into a fight. How forceful. They fell all over the floor. There was nothing I could do. It was to the point where even I was badly battered before I finally brought my mother-in-law back to my house. The old man liked to grow flowers. Yesterday, he went to an old friend's house in Leni and begged his grandparents to bring back a pot of some kind of flower. It was said that it was very precious, but it was left behind when the old lady saw that it had already withered and occupied such an exquisite flower pot. She plucked it out and threw it into the chicken coop while the old man was not at home. Then, she changed the pot of the spider plant. Heaven knew that they could quarrel to such an extent over a pot of flowers. She was really helpless. They were already so old. Chapter 1247. The empty hall moved, and the elder master of the Li clan, Li Chuanbua, appeared once again. What's wrong? The other three also appeared at the same time. These four people seemed to be of the same body, advancing and retreating at the same time, disappearing together and reappearing together. The Li clan is finished. Li Chuanbua heaved a long sigh. What do you mean by that? The other three revealed shocked expressions. Li Chuanbua let out a bitter laugh, his expression bleak. Look at what kind of person the current head of the Li clan has become. Scheming and shrewd, prioritizing profit above all else. The Li clan has changed, Li Chuanbua said dispassionately. There's no need for it to exist anymore. One of the other three men in black said reluctantly, Big brother, this is your life's work, and also your descendant. It's the Li clan's bloodline legacy. It's not anymore. Li Chuanbua shook his head and said sadly, It's not anymore. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked back to the seat just now and sat down, his eyes revealing a look of reminiscence. After a long while, he said, Back then, Uncle once said that passing down this heart is the legacy. The other three were filled with deep veneration. They knew that the person he was talking about was the previous tribulation swordmaster. But they also felt puzzled. Passing down this heart is the legacy. Did this mean that bloodline wasn't important? What's the point of taking shortcuts if one is righteous and diligent? Li Chuanbua sighed. A hero of a lifetime was passed down as, of course, a noble spirit. If there comes a day when this noble spirit changes and becomes a synonym for despicable, at that time, this kind of bloodline legacy is not worth it, because the legacy has already become a disgrace. Although Li Chuanbua said so, his eyes still showed pain. After I founded the clan, I wandered the martial world. I finally achieved great success. When I was a third-grade supreme martial artist, I cultivated in seclusion. 3,000 years later, when I came out, the clan had already changed. At that time, I wrote down the ancestral teachings to teach the descendants. But in my body, I wanted to cross the gap between heaven and man. My internal energy kept surging, so I went into seclusion again. It was only more than 10 years ago that I came out again. But the Li clan, it's no longer my Li clan. Today, I even used this great treasure to test the Li clan's bottom line. How despicable. Li Chuanbua smiled calmly. Back then, Uncle Zhuge Shao had once divined for the Li clan, saying, Spring waves surge for 10,000 years, but once there are no waves, there will be mediocrity. Who can predict what will happen in 10,000 years? It all depends on one's emotions. I've never understood the meaning of those words, but today, I finally understand. Li Chuanbua looked indifferently at the sky outside the door. Loneliness appeared in his eyes. My name is Chuanbua. I founded the Li clan and relied on my late father's reputation. Becoming a great clan was like surging spring waves, thriving for 10,000 years. It has indeed been 10,000 years. However, the current clan head is called Wu Bo. The Li family's Chuanbua established the family business. Since there are no waves now, then can a Li clan still exist? Li Chuanbua smiled bitterly. So, once there are no waves, one will be mediocre. This is fate. With a slight smile, Li Chuanbua stood up and stepped out of the door. The fate of the Li clan. My life, Li Chuanbua. Just as he took this step, his body disappeared like mist. The other three men in black looked at each other. This time, they did not disappear with him. Big Brother seems to be in low spirits. Yes, but how can we watch the Lee clan's 10,000 years of foundation be destroyed? That's right. Even if Big Brother doesn't care, should we? Exactly. No matter what, we can't just watch the Lee clan disappear. Chuyang stayed in a large condominium in the core area. It was a single unit with an elegant environment. In this world of ice and snow, there were actually a few rare green plants in this garden. The house was made of 10,000 years old mysterious ice, but not only was it not cold, it was instead warm. Inside, there was a huge swimming pool that could accommodate more than 10 people swimming together. At the bottom of the swimming pool, there were all rare warm jades. Even if ice water was poured in, it would warm up very quickly. Which of the people who could stay here wasn't impervious to cold and heat? Therefore, these things were purely for the sake of enjoyment. However, Chuyang did not enjoy them for the sake of enjoyment. He had another motive. In the middle of the warm jades in the pool, there was a small hole. From the hole, a warm temperature was gradually exuding. This was the earth core fire. When Chuyang was about to leave the southeast, Yuling Xue had specially warned him about this place. In an extremely cold place, there must be a treasure of extreme yang. In the Li clan, in an extremely cold place, mysterious ice is the room, and warm jades are the foundation. This is where the earth core fire is produced. When I first came to the Li clan, I stayed for a period of time. But at that time, I had yet to understand how to absorb the power of the earth for cultivation, causing me to miss a good opportunity. In the entire heavens, I should be the first to understand the cultivation of the power of the earth. No one else knows about it. Therefore, although the Li clan has the earth core fire, the purest source of power of the earth, they must not have paid enough attention to it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just used it as a place for bathing like a hot spring. And they actually used such a treasure to entertain guests. How can one not know whether to laugh or cry at this? If you can come to the Li clan one day, you must seize the opportunity. This has an inestimable effect on the harmony of yin and yang in one's body. Chuyang had always kept this sentence in mind. Previously, he seemed to be extremely agitated and roaring as he raised the conditions. But it was all for this purpose. And now, under all kinds of coincidences, he had indeed achieved his wish. At this moment, Chuyang was only wearing a pair of shorts as he jumped into the swimming pool. When his soles came into contact with the earth core fire, he circulated his energy to sense it. Indeed, his whole body felt comfortable, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He shouted, "The few of you, bring in 2,000 purple crystals and place them by the side of the pool. Then wait outside." At the side, there were a few beautiful girls in white who were serving him with blushing faces. Every one of them was a 1 in 1,000 beauty. At this moment, they were all sent to serve a man as he bathed. The few girls were all very shy, but they didn't dare to resist. When they heard Chu Yang's reprimand, they instantly felt relieved. They hurriedly went out to bring in the purple crystals and placed them by the side of the pool. They were stacked several thick layers. Only then did they get Chu Yang's permission and walked out quickly. "Deliver another 2,000 purple crystals to me every 2 hours. Do you hear me?" Chu Yang said majestically. Yes. This successor of the Purple Crystal clan placed his hand on the purple crystals by the side of the pool and took a deep breath. Purple aura suddenly appeared on his body. Then he circulated his energy and inhaled. Instantly, the entire sky above the pool was filled with a purple glow. Purple aura filled the sky, and his body in the water couldn't be seen clearly. Wisps of purple aura rushed toward Chu Yang's nostrils, and the Yongquan acupoint at the bottom of his feet quietly stepped on the small mouth of the earth core fire while he was trying to conceal himself. He circulated the heaven overarching divine technique and inhaled fiercely. In just a moment, everyone in the surrounding abodes who happened to be bathing at this moment felt that the water in the pool seemed to have become colder for some reason. It was as if the temperature had suddenly dropped by a few degrees shadow. Two people were looking at each other. They were talking to each other through telepathy. Facing this sword supremacy, how could the people who were sent be ordinary people? These were two fifth-grade supreme martial artists. Looks like he's going to collect the purple crystal aura without restraint tonight to prepare to crack the purple crystal mine tomorrow. That should be the case. But the way he absorbs the purple crystals is really unique. That's right. Not only is the method strange, but the speed is also really terrifying. In just a short while, dozens of purple crystals have turned into powder. Could this little one have contracted the purple crystal hand? Definitely not. Lang Yilong's purple crystal hand is incurable. Once injured, one can only absorb the purple crystal aura from the palm. But he's doing it from the nostrils. This method is unheard of. It's really strange. Could it be that this little one is really going to absorb 10,000 purple crystals tonight? It can't be. The two supreme martial artists whispered in the dark. Chu Yang's powerful divine senses had naturally discovered them long ago, but he pretended not to know. He only absorbed the purple crystal aura with all his might. His nostrils seemed to have become the ocean, and the purple crystal aura that came whistling toward him was like a river. They were all absorbed into his nostrils and disappeared. The entire pool was filled with flashing purple light. Nothing could be seen at all. In reality, Chu Yang was absorbing the earth core fire with all his might, with his eyes closed. Even Yu Lingxue had to wring his hands and sigh at the missed opportunity. How could Chu Yang not take advantage of this opportunity to absorb as much as he could? As for the power that was extracting the purple crystals, it was because the sword spirit was using the tentacles of the tribulation sword to hook onto the purple crystals. Then, he was extracting the massive amount of heaven and earth core fire contained in these 2,000 purple crystals into the tribulation sword through Chu Yang's meridians. If he were to do this, not to mention 2,000 purple crystals, even if it were 200,000, the sword spirit would definitely be able to extract all of them in one night. But he definitely couldn't act so perverted now. Besides, the Li clan was also more stingy. They actually only gave him 10,000 for one night. Only 10,000. If Li Wubo were to hear this, he would definitely hug his head and cry bitterly. Stingy with 10,000 for one night? You must know that this 10,000 was meant for you to absorb for several months, as he absorbed. The expressions on the faces of the two supreme martial artists who were watching in the dark also became more and more interesting. Their mouths opened wider and wider. My God! He actually really absorbed the heaven and earth core fire of 2,000 purple crystals within 2 hours? Fuck, what kind of monster was this? The surrounding purple crystals became dimmer and dimmer. Finally, when it was close to 2 hours, with a crash, the 2,000 purple crystals that had already lost their luster shattered at the same time and turned into powder all over the ground. Send the purple crystals in. Why are you taking so long? A certain purple crystal successor roared furiously. Several young girls kept quiet out of fear and hurriedly carried the purple crystals in again. When they saw the purple crystal powder around the pool, their small cherry mouths opened so wide that it was as if they were about to swallow a duck egg. Gone? Really gone? Little did they know that to Chu Yang, this actually couldn't be considered as a benefit. The real benefit was that the earth core fire that he had absorbed in these 2 hours had already caused his dantian to feel a burning sensation. The tribulation sword seemed to be very excited as it writhed about in this kind of temperature, and those 2 strands of primordial real silk in Chu Yang's dantian actually seemed to be coming alive under the smelting of the earth core fire. They were filled with luster all over. Chapter 1248. This night passed by very strangely, just like that. The 2 supreme martial artists who were in charge of surveillance were tormented throughout the night. If they were monitoring other people, they could at least rest for a while. But monitoring the successor of the Purple Crystal Clan, they didn't close their eyes for almost the entire night. In fact, they didn't even blink once. In just one night, they saw this fellow sprawled out in the bathtub, absorbing purple crystals continuously while a few pretty and adorable maids moved purple crystals back and forth, like a mouse moving house. Then, They watched as the purple crystals that were moved and decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye and finally turned into powder. Finally, dawn arrived. Chuyang jumped out of the water with a splash. The two supreme martial artists above suddenly discovered that this successor of the Purple Crystal Clan had a purple color all over his body. Even his muscles had turned purple, especially his right hand. It was shining with even more purple light. It was as if his entire person had already transformed into a whole piece of purple crystal. He muttered to himself, "With 10,000 purple crystals, I've finally upgraded the purple crystal prospecting hand to a stage where I can go all out in prospecting. Looks like I should be able to increase my progress today." The two supreme martial artists above were shocked. Purple crystal prospecting hand? It needs to be accumulated with purple crystal energy? So that's why. This kind of hot spring is indeed helpful in strengthening the purple crystal prospecting hand. This successor of the purple crystal muttered, "It's a pity. The water temperature is still not too hot. This will inevitably cause the mining speed to be very slow. However, it's already very good that this kind of pure hot spring can have such an effect. I don't need to be so demanding anymore. Although it will cause the mining speed to be slow, we have time after all. Besides, it's also safe." This successor of the purple crystal muttered to himself as he put on his clothes. Then, the next moment, he went out like a whirlwind. "I have to go and test its power first. See how much I can mine." The next moment, his figure had already disappeared. Purple crystals are used to practice the purple crystal prospecting hand, and the purple crystal prospecting hand is used to mine purple crystal mines. Li Wubo frowned as he looked at the two supreme martial artists in front of him. I heard him say so. Besides, judging from his appearance, he shouldn't be lying. It shouldn't be a lie. The two supreme martial artists thought for a while and answered seriously. He said that the hot spring is very useful for the purple crystal prospecting hand, but the temperature isn't high. Li's eyes were shining. Yes. However, he also said that although the speed would be slower this way, he was no longer demanding. He even said that he had plenty of time. From what he said, he should be planning to stay in our Li clan for a long time. The two supreme martial artists said cautiously, "That won't do either." Li Wubo's eyes flickered. "He has plenty of time, but we don't have much time left. The Calamity Sword Master has already appeared in the upper three heavens. Perhaps he will come to our Li clan in the next moment. The war with the 8 great clans could break out at any time. What's the point of dragging it out like this?" Li Wubo thought for a while and made a prompt decision. "I'll get someone to enlarge the geocentric hot spring immediately." Patriarch is wise. Li Wubo nodded and smiled. However, there was also bitterness on his face. Sigh, 10,000 purple crystals in one night. This speed is really... He didn't say anything, only letting out a long sigh. But everyone understood what he meant. It was just one day and one night. 10,000 purple crystals had all turned into powder. What kind of huge consumption was this? Although the daily production of the purple crystal mine was enough to satisfy this number. But what about the rest of the clan? At present, the daily production of purple crystals from the clan's purple crystal mine was only 12,000 pieces. Previously, this number made the Li clan extremely proud. But now, they could only smile bitterly. It seemed that as long as that huge purple crystal mine hadn't been excavated yet, then, for every day the successor of the Purple Crystal Clan stayed here, the entire Hugely clan would have to work for him. Moreover, even their wages were almost gone. It all depends on the Purple Crystal Mine. Li Wubo's eyes narrowed slightly. A purple crystal core. It was equivalent to 1,000 ordinary purple crystals. A piece of purple crystal jade essence was equivalent to 1,000 purple crystal cores. As for souls of the purple crystal, holy crystals, and divine crystals, they definitely couldn't be measured with so-called value. As long as this huge purple crystal mine could be excavated, what do the losses now amount to? On the other side, Chuyang had already arrived at that huge purple crystal mine. Way past. He just waved his identity token arrogantly and walked in arrogantly. Who would dare to stop him? Finally, he reached the front of that huge core of the mountain. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang placed his right hand on the needle-sized mark that he had dug out yesterday. Sword Spirit, when can you take action? In the consciousness space, Chu Yang was rather impatient. No hurry. I'll be able to go in when there's a slight gap. The Sword Spirit was very calm. It's so big and sealed. Once there's a slight gap, won't it collapse directly from the inside out? If that's the case, we'll really be working for the Li clan. Chu Yang was rather worried. Definitely not. The Sword Spirit was very certain. I've done a lot of sneaky things like this. Once we enter, I'll seal the entrance from the inside. Then, you'll widen the entrance from the outside and make it look like you're doing something. Chu Yang nodded in relief. That's great. You must remember that you have to start from the top. Oh right, can the tribulation space handle it? This guy was actually already worried about the capacity of the tribulation space. No problem at all. The Sword Spirit guaranteed without any hesitation. Okay, good. I'll start now. After a long time, Lord Z was so tired that he lay on the ground like a dead dog. He had no energy left in him at all. He opened his mouth and called, "Guards!" A supreme martial artist expert who had been watching him from afar jumped over. "Lord Z, use a brush and draw a mark on this place that I've excavated. Why do you have to search for it for so long every time you come here?" Lord Z berated him without any reservation. "Yes, hurry up and get me some purple crystals and some heavenly treasures to recover my energy. Fuck, the Li clan doesn't even know how to read the situation. Every time I'm mine, I'll be exhausted. Why didn't you make any preparations in advance?" "Yes, I'll go right away." A huge pile of purple crystals was placed in front of Lord Z. As Lord Z channeled his energy to absorb the power of the purple crystals, he drank tea and ate heavenly treasures, exquisite snow lotus, a specialty of the Northwest. He chewed on the purple crystals as if he was eating jelly beans. Finally, after 6 hours, Lord Z absorbed another 7,000 purple crystals. In the afternoon, he once again executed the mining technique. Then he really turned into a puddle of mud. Carry me back to rest." Chu Yang's eyes were lifeless, and he looked like he was about to collapse. He called out weakly, I can't take it anymore. Don't forget to prepare 10,000 purple crystals and send them to where I'm staying. More will do too. Today's progress is really too great." Immediately, a supreme being carefully carried him on his back and sent him back safely. He lamented in his heart, "This Lord Z is actually a man of character. Even he is so tired that he has turned into a puddle of mud. I can really feel it. There's not even the slightest bit of energy left in his body." After Chu Yang left, Li Wubua, the clan leader of the Li clan, immediately brought a group of old men to check on him. With one look, everyone was overjoyed. Yesterday, he was so tired that there was only a small hole the size of a needle tip. But today, it was already the size of a peanut. Compared to yesterday's progress, it was at least 100 times faster. Above, it looked like the 17,000 purple crystals were not wasted. The effect was too obvious. Yesterday, it was a needle tip. Today, it was a peanut. Even though this peanut was still far away from being completely opened up, and there was still a long way to go before it could be opened up into a passageway that could allow humans to enter and exit, but Li Wubua was still somewhat satisfied. For 10,000 years, he hadn't left a single mark the size of a strand of hair on it. Now, there was actually such a profound development. How could he not be happy? Everyone go back. You must keep this matter a secret. Facing the people who followed him, the clan leader gave the highest level of gag order. "Next, we will do our best to prepare for this matter. Everything else can be put aside." "Yes, clan leader," an old man at the side said. "It's just that, with regard to the matter of the various super clans surrounding and annihilating the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang, clan leader's intention is extraterrestrial demon my ass." Li Wubwa snorted. "I've never heard of it. Besides, if they are willing to encircle and annihilate him, let them do it. The Li clan will just have to make a gesture. Sooner or later, we will become enemies. The more their strength is depleted, the better. The more our strength is maintained, the better. Yes, With regard to this Zi Xiaoyan, you must keep a tight watch on him. Li Wubu's eyes flickered. Make good use of the time to start those steps that we have decided on. If by the time this purple crystal mine is ready for mining, and those plans still haven't made any progress, kill him as soon as possible. Yes. When Shu Yang returned, he jumped straight into the pool and started to absorb the purple crystals again, of course. The soles of his feet still came into contact with the mouth of the earth core fire. Instantly, he felt comfortable all over. He muttered to himself, could it be an illusion? Why does the earth core fire seem to be much bigger today? The two supreme martial artists in the dark looked at each other and smiled. In such an enemy's home, where danger lurked everywhere, Chu Yang began the most diligent cultivation of his life. Furthermore, it was a cultivation where he quietly made a fortune under layers of surveillance. As the earth core fire carried the rich energy of the earth into his body and into his meridians, when it had accumulated to a certain amount, Chu Yang finally discovered the biggest problem of his cultivation. All along, everyone had been absorbing the energy of a universe for cultivation. But it was only today that Chu Yang realized that the energy of the universe used for cultivation in the past was really too monotonous. Moreover, it was lifeless. Chapter 1249. And now, Chu Yang really had such a feeling of cultivation. The energy from the Earth's core gradually merged with the huge flow of energy in his body. Slowly, Chu Yang felt that his own energy had a kind of joy similar to that of life. It was as if spring rain had suddenly come to the land that had been dry for a long time. Although this spring rain wasn't heavy, it was good in that it moistened things silently. It was a kind of emotion that was close to touching. Chu Yang suddenly had a feeling. All living things have vitality, including the land and the sky, including wind, clouds, thunder, lightning, all plants, even stones and metals. When you can't activate them, they're just dead things. But when you activate them, they each have their own brilliance, just like the energy of heaven and earth. For example, a dry land that hasn't rained for 10,000 years was still land. But once it rained, the brilliance that the land could display would be able to move anyone with a heart of stone. Chu Yang was somewhat addicted to this feeling. Slowly, he felt that his spirit seemed to be improving. His life seemed to be undergoing nirvana and entering a brand new realm. His spiritual energy suddenly increased by leaps and bounds. This speed of growth made the sword spirit in the tribulation space feel terrified. Ever since he swallowed the spiritual energy of the first tribulation sword master at the bottom of the lake of despair, Chu Yang's spiritual energy hadn't increased on its own. Or rather, even if there was, compared to his original spiritual energy, it was absolutely negligible. But this time, it was an increase that was like a tsunami. The sea was very big. If you added a ladle of water to the sea, even the gods wouldn't be able to see the increase. But what if you added all the water in the Yangtze River and Yellow River into the sea overnight? If you couldn't see the increase, you'd be a fool. Chu Yang's current growth was similar to this principle. He's made a breakthrough in his state of mind again, the sword spirit muttered to himself, his eyes filled with excitement and gratification. And this breakthrough in his state of mind will allow him to come into contact with the real great Tao much earlier. In the next few days, Chu Yang maintained this cycle, crack the purple crystal mine, come back to rest, and practice as if he was thirsty. Chu Yang shone with the greatest passion for practice in his life. Countless amounts of earth core yuan qi were absorbed into his body. However, Chu Yang didn't feel any increase in his cultivation. He only felt the change in the energy in his body. This was the earth core yuan qi. They had all fused into the original heaven's origin qi and were changing every single strand of origin qi in the meridians. Let it truly transform into heaven and earth yuan qi. Chu Yang felt himself becoming different day by day, but he didn't change at all. The only thing that changed was the two strands of primordial real silk in Chu Yang's dantian. The first strand gradually became fuller and fuller. Finally, it stopped growing as if it was completely saturated. Then, the second one also began to grow slowly. It had only been 7 days. The second strand of primordial real silk was already close to the appearance of the first strand before he came to the Li clan. However, Chuyang increasingly felt that the energy of the earth core fire below was not enough for him to absorb. This opening was still too small. Therefore, after grumbling once, the Li clan secretly sent people to double the number again. Such a temperature. The water inside was hot enough to cook the meat. Everyone wanted to be comfortable, so no one was willing to make the bathwater so hot. Therefore, Chuyang could be considered the first person in the Li clan. Of course, in return, Chuyang also finally removed that mark the next time he went to mine the purple crystal mine. He had cut it to the size of a wine cup. Such progress made everyone in the Li clan happy. They were also overjoyed. No one knew that inside this opening, there was a gap that couldn't be seen with the naked eye that had already been dug in deeply. That was the power of the tribulation sword. It had been penetrating inside since the first day, and now it was already on the verge of success. The 11th day, Chuyang specially instructed, "Today, I have to work overtime here. I haven't made much progress for a long time, so I'm a little anxious. Let's work overtime to see if we can speed up." Of course, clan leader Li was overjoyed. He couldn't ask for more. However, don't let anyone disturb me. When I use the purple crystal prospecting hand, it's very easy to be disturbed. I must maintain absolute silence. If I'm disturbed, I'm afraid I'll go crazy. Although I won't lose my life, I won't be able to recover for a year and a half. To this, the Li clan immediately responded. No one is allowed to go near Lord Z. Anyone who goes near him, no matter who it is, will be killed without mercy. But you must supply me with purple crystals and elixirs in a timely manner. Just place them within 5 feet behind me. Chuyang made a new request. Now, behind Chuyang was a thick marten coat. Behind the marten coat was a mountain of purple crystals. Every time Minister Chu was tired, he could lie down directly on the warm marten coat. Then he could reach out with both hands and touch the purple crystals. This was practically an ideal world where he could stretch out his hand and eat whatever he wanted. Right in the middle of the night, Chuyang only felt his hand loosen, and the tribulation sword trembled slightly in excitement. Chuyang's heart shook. It was through. This thing was indeed unprecedentedly sturdy. Even with the power of the tribulation sword, it actually took a full 11 days to attack it. According to a rough estimate, the thickness of this barrier was a full 300 feet. "I'm going," said the sword spirit. "Wait," Chuyang roared with his consciousness. "Take me with you." The sword spirit was speechless at once. "How are you going to go? If you place my consciousness on your body, won't I be able to go in with you? You have to satisfy my curiosity." Chuyang chuckled. The sword spirit snorted. "All right." The next moment, the sword spirit silently and without a trace. Following Chuyang's palm, it turned into something like a strand of hair and squeezed into that extremely narrow space. Chuyang's right hand was placed on the opening that was the size of Teacup's mouth. Purple aura spread all over his body, a surge of consciousness, followed by squeezing in. To outsiders, this successor of the Purple Crystal Clan was going all out, mining and digging with all his might. This small opening was forcefully sealed by the sword spirit, using his soul power from the inside. This was a guarantee. With the sword spirit's unparalleled mental power here, apart from the sword spirit and Chuyang, even if all the peak-level low-grade supreme martial artists in the world were to gather here and work together, they would definitely not be able to penetrate even the slightest bit of their mental power. These two fellows were obviously going to eat it all alone. And it was going to be a super luxurious feast that had never been seen before in history. Once they went in, the sword spirit and Chuyang were dazzled at once. In front of them were basically densely packed purple crystal cores. Furthermore, only a small portion of them were wrapped in origin stones. Most of them were bare. Chuyang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He urged the sword spirit to penetrate upwards. "Why don't we keep these purple crystal cores first?" The sword spirit said somewhat reluctantly. Seeing so many treasures, the sword spirit instinctively felt greedy. No, these are all at the lowest level. Once the lowest level is moved, the top will collapse. Let's start from the top first. Chuyang firmly stopped him. He secretly rejoiced. Damn it. Fortunately, I followed you in. Otherwise, this bastard almost got me in trouble. The sword spirit reluctantly floated upwards and squeezed through the cracks in the rocks. After a few hundred feet, the sword spirit calmed down. Damn it, what are purple crystal cores? This place is full of them. And purple crystal jade essence, piece by piece. The small ones are the size of a palm, and the big ones are actually the size of a human body. Then he increased his speed. Let's reach the top first. After traveling for an hour, they finally reached the top. Looking up, they saw a huge pentagonal spire filled with purple mist. They didn't know how high or far it was. The sword spirit didn't have the time to look. With a wave of his hands, a large piece of the countless purple crystal cores under his feet was cleared. They entered the tribulation space. Chuyang was immersed in the tribulation space waiting. Suddenly, with a clatter, purple crystals continuously fell from the top of his head. Piece by piece, fell endlessly like hailstones. They were all purple crystal cores. In the blink of an eye, they had piled up into a small mountain. Chuyang was dumbfounded. Although he had already guessed and prepared, the purple crystal cores in front of him were far superior to the ones in the outside world, be it in quality, size, or content. It still shocked Chuyang. The purple crystal cores rained continuously for an hour, and then the purple crystal jade essence began to fall. In the beginning, it was one piece after another, one piece after another. Then piece by piece, and one piece after another, one piece after another. The tribulation space rumbled, and Minister Chu was dizzy and dumbfounded. Flowers bloomed in his heart. Thanks to the sword spirit's control over the tribulation space, the purple crystal cores and purple crystal jade essence fell in separate piles. They were orderly and didn't interfere with each other's business. After the purple crystal jade essence fell for a while, the purple crystal cores rained down again. Then, the purple crystal jade essence began to fall again. 2 hours passed. A rough calculation showed that the number of purple crystal cores that had fallen so far was as huge as 100,000, and there were at least 10,000 purple crystal jade essence. Only the top of the spire was left. Now, the sword spirit, who was still drooling over the purple crystal cores, had completely lost his mind. He was even cursing now. These purple crystal cores are really too much of a hindrance. After sweeping through several feet of purple crystal cores, he reached the purple crystal jade essence. But the purple crystal jade essence was in the core, after all, surrounded by purple crystal cores. The sword spirit had to collect the purple crystal cores every time before he could collect the purple crystal jade essence. This made the sword spirit very unhappy. Too much of a hindrance. Begging for votes. I will continue to write the third update. G. Recommended a book. Super Wild Dragon Clone is a very fun book. Everyone go and read it. Chapter 1250. At this moment, the sword spirit had completely forgotten that these purple crystal cores that he regarded as trash were all rare treasures in the outside world. The sword spirit worked tirelessly and continuously collected the purple crystal cores and purple crystal jade essence into the tribulation space. But it was undeniable that without a physical body, it was indeed very taxing on one's mind to collect these things using only the power of the soul, especially since these things were all very heavy, and very, very heavy. 6 hours later, the sword spirit crawled out of the tribulation space with trembling legs and returned to the purple crystal space at once. After entering, the first thing he did was to sit down in the soul-tempering pool. Then, facing the 28 words that Shuel Leon had once written using the divine light of samsara, he entered a deep state of meditation. After he collected the top of this purple crystal mine, it dropped down to a height of 500 feet. In other words, The top 500 feet of this treasure trove had already been cleared, but this couldn't be seen from the outside at all. Moreover, the top was sharp, and the lower it went, the thicker it got. The content of this purple crystal mine was truly at a shocking level. With such a volume and such purity, Chuyang was very confident that even someone like Shuel Leihan would probably be shocked when he saw this treasure trove. The pure value of wealth was already absolutely heaven-defying. Not even 1% of it had been collected, and even the sword spirit was exhausted. What made Chuyang regretful was that after collecting so much, he still hadn't seen what the next soul of the purple crystal looked like. However, there were more and more purple crystal jade essence, and they were getting denser and denser. Presumably, the soul of the purple crystal would be next. The successor of the purple crystal clan, Lord Z, had worked overtime here for 3 days. 3 days later, the limp Lord Z was carried back as usual. As usual, Li Wubua and the rest came to check on the progress. Very effective, very effective, Li Wubua exclaimed excitedly the moment he arrived. He was so excited that even his pupils had dilated a little. The group of old men from the Li clan who came with him were also grinning from ear to ear. The last time I saw it, it was only the size of a wine cup. This time, it's already the size of a fist. Li Wubua's voice was a little excited. This really gives me hope. Great hope. At the side, a supreme martial artist who had been watching from afar said, "Yes, and in these 3 days, that Lord Z has been working without rest. Clan head, this Lord Z is indeed a sexual lover." Li Wubua's eyes flickered. However, it's really regrettable that Lord Z has used up so many purple crystals. That supreme martial artist looked at the piles of purple crystal powder on the ground, feeling a little heartache and speechless. Lord Z has used up 10,000 purple crystals in just these 3 days. 10,000 purple crystals. 3 days. The muscles on Li Wubua's face twitched in heartache. He couldn't help but feel heartache. For 11 consecutive days, it used to be 10,000 purple crystals a day, but on the second day, it became 17,000. Then, it continued to increase, until now, it had already consumed a total of 300,000 purple crystals. Looking at the fist-sized hole in front of him that was only half a foot deep, Li Wubua had the urge to vomit blood. The price of 300,000 purple crystals in exchange for such a large hole. This was too much of a scam. At this rate, to completely break through, at least 100 million purple crystals will be needed. That supreme martial artist took a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, 100 million purple crystals. At least. Li Wubua's body trembled. Everyone's expression changed at the same time. 100 million purple crystals. That was not 10,000. Li Wubua's expression turned gloomy. He said slowly, "Third Elder, can you please use all your cultivation to slash at this hole?" When he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, they couldn't do it in the past, but that was in the past. In the past, there wasn't such a hole. Since there was a hole now, couldn't they use this hole to break it? Theoretically speaking, this matter was completely feasible. As long as there was an effect, they wouldn't have to spend so many purple crystals anymore. Why didn't they think of this after such a long time? This third elder was a tall and slender old man. He had been watching with his hands behind his back, his demeanor aloof. At this moment, after hearing Li Wubua's words, he nodded slowly and said, "All right, I'll do my best this time. All of you, step back a little." Without needing him to say anything, everyone retreated 500 feet away in an orderly manner. Only the third elder stood 10 feet in front of this towering stone pillar. The third elder took a deep breath. Then, with a clang, he unsheathed his sword. Sword light flickered at the tip of the sword, blazing white. Immediately after, he let out a thunderous roar. His sword light was like a wild dragon as it rushed over. Everyone held their breaths and watched. The next moment, boom, crack, a heart, boom. It was a loud crash. The crack was the sound of the sword that the third elder had worn all his life, breaking and shattering into pieces. As for the last, it was undoubtedly the third elder's tragic cry. Under everyone's watchful eyes, fog like a mushroom cloud erupted from the ground. The entire mountain shook a few times as well. Then, the third elder's body flew up like a rubber ball. He retreated rapidly, blood spurting out from his mouth in midair. Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly caught the third elder in their hands. At a glance, they were all speechless. The third elder had indeed used all his cultivation to stab with this sword. But it was also because of this that 70% of the bones in the third elder's body had been broken by the backlash from the huge force. He had sunk into a deep coma. "Quick, call a doctor!" Li Wubo roared in heartache. At this moment, another voice cried out in shock. "Clan Master, come take a look. This. Li Wubo and the rest turned around and flew over to the front of the mark. At a glance, everyone was speechless. They had thought that after such a huge impact, even if it couldn't be split open, it would at least leave some marks. But now, everyone's hearts were chilled to the core. Nothing at all. Not even a white mark was left behind. Everyone was instantly disappointed. It seemed that other than that successor of the Purple Crystal Clan, there was no other way in the world. An all-out attack by an 8th-grade supreme martial artist had actually been injured to such an extent that they didn't know whether he was dead or alive. What's going on? The supreme martial artist who was closest to the mark roared again, as if he had seen a flying pig. Everyone hurriedly moved closer again. At a glance, everyone's body shook at the same time. At this moment, an emotion called as dejected as death welled up in everyone's hearts. They saw that this fist-sized hole suddenly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It slowly bulged from the inside and then slowly shrank. When it finally returned to the size of a wine cup 4 to 5 days ago, it stopped moving. Everyone was dumbfounded. Damn it, what's going on? I see. Forcefully breaking it with force will only make it stronger and stronger. Moreover, it can also use the force of the attack to heal itself. Thinking of how he had been constantly urging the experts to attack this thing all these years, Li Wubo almost wanted to carve himself with his sword at this moment. Wasn't this constantly providing power to this thing to make it stronger? Everyone was suddenly enlightened. All of them looked as if they were about to die. What should we do now? That Lord Z's temper isn't good to begin with. Now, he's even more going to fly into a rage. That supreme martial artist said in a daze. Cough, all of you just bear with it. Cough during this period of time. I won't be coming to check. Li Wubo coughed a few times, turned around, and left in dejection and embarrassment. He was afraid that the successor of the Purple Crystal Clan would come the next moment. If that was the case, the one who would be subjected to a torrent of abuse would be him. Hurry up and leave. Cough, all of you be careful. During this period of time, I won't be coming either. Another old man hurriedly slipped out. Cough. Me too. Watching these clan elders disappear without a trace one by one like rabbits being chased by dogs, the supreme martial artist in charge of the Purple Crystal Mine wanted to cry. You've all left. What should I do? I'm the supervisor. There's no way I can escape. Dawn of the next day. Lord Z's roars reverberated throughout the entire Purple Crystal Mine. Even the entire Li clan, no matter where they were, could hear Lord Z's exasperated curses. What's going on? What's going on? Bastard. What's going on? Shu Yang had indeed gone mad with anger. He had gone through so much trouble to create a hole, but for some unknown reason, this bunch of fellows had even blocked the gap where the sword spirit could enter and exit. It was only temporary, but Minister Chu still felt extremely uncomfortable. A certain supreme martial artist in charge of the Purple Crystal Mine stood at the side with a bitter expression, explaining carefully. Bullshit. Chu Yang's furious scolding caused this pitiful old man's face to be smeared with Lord Z's saliva. Do all of them have nothing better to do? Even if they have nothing better to do, they should fucking go and find their own entertainment. Didn't I say long ago that once it starts, no one else can interfere? Who do they think they are? Who do they think they are? Clan leader? What's a clan leader? Don't you want your future? Don't you want your grandchildren? They're all dead, all right. You can't do anything right. He looks smart, but in actual fact, his brain is full of tofu dregs. This Li Wubwa is practically the #1 idiot in the world since ancient times. A super idiot that has never been seen since ancient times. The one and only idiot in the world. Chu Yang's voice shook the heavens and the earth. Living to such an extent, why doesn't he just die? The entire Li clan was stunned at this moment. Who was it that dared to mention the clan leader's name and scold him so brazenly? How awesome! Li Wubwa's face was full of black lines. Sitting in his study room, he gritted his teeth so hard that they made grinding sounds. The doors and windows were already tightly shut, but that loud scolding still traveled in incessantly. Clan leader, who is so audacious? I'll go and destroy him. A guard asked eagerly. Get lost. What does this have to do with you? With a slap, Li Wubwa sent this guard, who had failed in his bootlicking, flying out. Chapter 12:51. This successor of the Purple Crystal Clan was really full of anger. He didn't stop scolding for a full 3 hours without stopping. Furthermore, he didn't repeat any of his words. His profanities were endless and could be said to be the greatest collection of scolding since ancient times. This opened the ears of the Li clan's people. As a result, after this incident, when the shrews of the Li clan cursed on the streets, they suddenly had a lot of new words that were enough to make one seethe with anger. The entire Purple Crystal mine was shaken by him. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. It wasn't that they couldn't refute him. It was just that they felt that what they did wasn't very good. Furthermore, they were also worried that if they angered this master too much, he would suddenly become stubborn and say, I won't help you mine anymore. I'll kill you if I want to. I'll do whatever I want. That would be terrible. Furthermore, judging from this Lord Z's personality, there was a huge possibility that he would do something like this. He was all alone in the Li clan, and even the clan head of the Li clan had been scolded by him on the streets. What else was there that this valiant man wouldn't do? Everyone wisely chose to remain silent. Chu Yang scolded fiercely for a while before he finally went back to work. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. This master actually didn't give up. Little did they know that not only would this Lord Z not give up, even if the entire Li clan boycotted him, he would still complete the mining such a huge treasure. How could Chu Yang be at ease, leaving it in the hands of the enemy? After Chu Yang started digging again, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although that gap was blocked, it wasn't as strong as before. He only used 4 hours to successfully reopen it. Of course, the sword spirit went in right away and started plundering. According to the sword master's request, he carried out the 3 empty policies. Take everything. Take everything. Take everything. Don't even leave a bit of purple crystal powder for them. The sword spirits started to do manual labor, and it was a manual labor in high spirits. In the tribulation space, a rain of purple crystal cores and purple crystal jade essence began to pour down again. This time, Chu Yang shockingly discovered that the further he went, the more purple crystal jade essence he extracted was no longer in small pieces. Instead, it was in large pieces. The heaviest piece weighed at least a few thousand pounds. Just this one piece was already worth hundreds of millions of energy points of an ordinary purple crystal. In terms of purity, it was far superior. And it wasn't just one piece. There were hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of pieces. Lord Z started working overtime again, and this time, he worked overtime for 3 days. Of course, this cost the Li clan another 10,000 purple crystals. But this time, no one in the Li clan fell heartache for the purple crystals. Instead, they were worried. Lord Z was so desperate. Would he tire himself out? Of course. No one was worried about his body being worn out. What they were most worried about was, if this Lord Z died from exhaustion before the purple crystal mine had even been excavated, that would be terrible. No one knew that this huge treasure vault had actually been opened a long time ago, and the amazing treasures inside had already been moved into this hard-working Lord Z's pocket. All the Li clan members who were eagerly anticipating would never have imagined that what they were looking forward to was just an empty shell. They wouldn't get anything when that supreme martial artist manager carefully came forward with a smiling face to curry favor. When he asked Lord Z to rest for a while, there's no need to work so hard, and take care of your body. Chu Yang stomped his feet and scolded, "What if I don't work overtime? This bunch of pig brains have sealed up this place again. If I don't take advantage of the time to open up this place and restore it to its original state in 2 to 3 days, won't all my previous efforts be wasted?" This supreme martial artist nodded submissively and hurriedly slipped away with a head full of saliva. Kindness really didn't pay off. Go ahead, work yourself to death. What does it have to do with me? 3 days later, Lord Z was carried back as usual, completely exhausted. Before he left, he actually said, "Keep a close eye on him. If anyone dares to come and cause trouble, then I'll knock myself to death here." Actually, he didn't even need to say this. Who would be so free as to go to the purple crystal mine to get scolded? Even the clan master was scolded. After they went back, this time, Lord Z rested for 2 full days. Everyone in the Li clan was so anxious that they were burning with impatience. There was no need to mention their impatience. Chu Yang didn't want to rest at such a critical time either. But the sword spirit couldn't take it anymore after 2 consecutive days of super intense work. He had to recover. Besides, the sword spirit discovered that as his mental energy was overloaded this time, his mental energy also seemed to be increasing. While the sword spirit was recovering, although Chu Yang was unwilling to rest, he also took advantage of this opportunity to absorb the earth core fire and the power of the earth with all his might. Therefore, in these 2 days, in the eyes of outsiders, this Lord Z was just immersed in the bathtub and didn't come out at all. This was really extremely strange. They had never seen someone so addicted to bathing. You asked for so many fucking beauties to serve you, but after all this time, you're just soaking the bathtub by yourself. You haven't even gone to bed yourself yet. This was too strange. But no one dared to ask. Especially when Lord Z recovered slightly, the first thing he did was to raise his hand and punch a huge hole in the ceiling of the room he was staying in. The place where he hit happened to be where the 2 supreme martial artist experts were hiding. They had been hiding here for more than 10 days without being discovered. Who would have thought that they would be attacked today? With a cry of shock, the 2 supreme martial artists fell down with a plop. Lord Z's eyes were still closed, lying in the bathtub half dead. In a lazy voice, he said, "You've been watching for so long. You should know what's going on. Go back and tell Clan Master Li that when I bathe, I like to be watched by women. As for men, forget it." After saying this, he didn't say anything else. From start to end, he didn't open his eyes. The 2 supreme martial artists smiled bitterly at each other. They had no choice but to leave and report back to Li Wubo. Li Wubo was also at his wit's end. He waved his hand and dismissed the 2 of them, but also stopped monitoring Lord Z. Even if 5th grade supreme martial artist was discovered, did they still have to trouble the elder masters to monitor this Lord Z, who was like a coolie? They just had to keep an eye on him from the outside. Besides, this Z Xiaoyan looked like a straightforward and hot-tempered person, an incomparably one-track minded fool. Was there a need to be so scheming against him? One had to admit that the commotion created by Lord Z these few days had all proven that he was a one-track minded fool. Such a good image. If they still had to treat such a person seriously as if they were facing a great enemy, wouldn't they be thinking too highly of him? Chu Yang finally got some peace and quiet. However, he was extremely interested in the person living next to him. Within the range of his divine senses, the neighbor who was close to him was naturally the first target of his attention. Moreover, Chu Yang also knew that the place he was living in was one of the few core houses. Then, how could the person living next to him be bad? But what made him gasp in amazement was the person on his left. He was really a little perverted. Every morning, there would be sounds of cultivation and all kinds of torment. Although that person was trying his best to control the sound, how could Chu Yang not notice it? In these few days, he was indeed amazed by this person's perseverance and tenacity to the extent of amazement. When he started cultivating in the early morning, the wind blew, and he didn't stop for even a moment. He exerted all his strength for a full 4 hours. After 4 hours, under such high-intensity cultivation, the internal energy in his body should have been depleted. Then, he would start all kinds of high-intensity training. For example, running with weights and all kinds of self-torture exercises. Chu Yang was sure that this person's weight was at least 3,000 kilograms. And this was only added after the usual training. Judging from the sound of this person's feet stepping on the ground, this person was most likely carrying no less than 250 kilograms on him at all times. Be it eating or sleeping, he would carry it like this. After the high-intensity training, according to his breathing, it was time to breathe again. After 2 hours of breathing, another round began, a day of such a cycle. At least 4 times. Chu Yang calculated. This person's real rest time for a day. It definitely wouldn't exceed 2 hours. And once he started training, he would go all out. Compared to the cultivation of ordinary martial artists, the time taken was 4 times longer and the intensity was many times stronger. There was actually such a person in the world. Such a crazy training was simply to the point of destroying oneself. If one's physical condition wasn't strong enough, one might even die from the training. But the person next door was obviously improving every day. According to Chu Yang's estimation, to be able to endure such high-intensity training, persevere, and continuously improve such physical conditions, if there wasn't the support of the incomplete version of heavy pills, only one of his brother's physical strength would be able to endure such a high level of training. It was Dong Wuxiang. This was innately determined physical strength, and had nothing to do with mental energy or combat strength. It was an innate gift. Gu Duxing's combat strength might not be lower than Dong Wuxiang's, but in terms of pure physical strength, he was far inferior. But even if it was Dong Wuxiang, if he continued to train like this, he would sooner or later kill himself. Dong Wuxiang was already working hard enough, but compared to the person next door, he was still far inferior. Occasionally, he would go all out like this, but he was stopped by Chu Yang. Doing this would yield the greatest results in the shortest time, but in the long run, it was tantamount to suicide. Once the body gave the signal that it couldn't take it anymore, this person would be ruined. How could Chu Yang let Dong Wuxiang make such a sacrifice? But now, the person next door was working hard just like this. Chu Yang couldn't control his curiosity and asked, "Who lives next door?" First update. Send to me monthly votes. G. Chapter 1252. Under Lord Z's intimidation, all the girls were so scared that they hid outside and kept quiet out of fear. All of them perked up their ears to listen to the commotion inside. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hear anything. That would be big trouble. This man even dared to mention the clan master by name. If he really killed them, there probably wouldn't be many people in the Li clan who would dare to question him and even praise him. Well done. What's the use of keeping them so lazy? I've long wanted to kill them. Now that this question was asked, the girls naturally heard it immediately. A girl in white shrank back and said, "The 2 young masters live next door." Chu Yang's eyelids twitched. "Come in and talk." The one on the right is the clan's first young master, Li Ju. The one on the left is young master, Li Xiongtu. The girl in white walked in hesitantly and said with her head lowered. After Li Xiongtu returned to the clan, he didn't participate in the clan ranking. All the servants in the Li clan addressed him as young master. Li Xiongtu? Chu Yang's eyes flashed. It was him? Yes. Ever since young master came, he has been recognized as the clan's cultivation maniac. Young master's diligence and hard work are also second to none in the entire Li clan. The girl in white had admiration and admiration on her face. Men who worked hard to improve themselves were always valued by women, no matter which world they were in. And in this world, the so-called improvement was cultivation. Oh, Chu Yang waved his hand thoughtfully. You may leave. The girl in white agreed and walked out in small steps. These girls were all a little curious about this Lord Z. He specifically asked for beautiful girls to serve him. When they arrived, all of them were pessimistic and hopeless, thinking that they wouldn't be able to escape from humiliation this time. They didn't expect this guy to come over for them, but he didn't even look at them. What was going on? After the girls escaped death, they were instead a little puzzled. Could it be that this guy didn't have that kind of ability at all and deliberately asked a few beauties to cover his face? Thinking about it, everyone felt that it was very possible. Therefore, the girls became even more cautious. I heard that this kind of person would do that because of that and that. So, his heart is also we must be careful. Don't let him do that because of that. Chuyang used enough energy to absorb the earth core fire for a while. Then, he felt that the fire underneath was already somewhat weak. Chuyang stood up from the bathtub. The next moment, he had already put on his clothes. Yes, a white robe. And this was after Chuyang came to the upper three heavens. It was her first time wearing clothes of another color. He had always been dressed in black. Moreover, the black clothes were made by Wu Qianqian. Ever since Chuyang knew that there were words at the bottom of his robe, every time he wanted to change his clothes, these words would appear like a magic spell. Chuyang, Qianqian likes you. Therefore, he canceled his plan and put on the black clothes that Wu Qianqian had made for him. Thinking of this, then he thought of Wu Qianqian, who was still lying in the tribulation space after receiving the Supreme Chapter in order to protect him. Chuyang's mood couldn't help but become somewhat heavy. Sigh. Resurrection grass. I'll go out and take a look at this young master. Don't follow me, Chuyang instructed. Then he casually walked out. When the girls saw that he had actually come out today, they were all shocked, but when they heard his words, they immediately calmed down. Chuyang floated out like a wisp of smoke. In the courtyard next door, under the starlight, Li Xiongtu's tall and sturdy body appeared even more tall and mighty. In such an extremely cold place, he was actually only wearing a pair of shorts, which wrapped around his waist. At this moment, his entire body's cultivation had been completely squandered by him. He was purely using the strength of his physical body to move a huge piece of star iron from the ground. This piece of star iron, Chuyang estimated that it was at least 5,000 pounds. If Li Xiongtu still had his cultivation, there wouldn't be any problem in moving it. But now, his meridians didn't have any energy at all. Moreover, more than half of the strength of his physical body had been used up. Li Xiongtu's muscles bulged. With a low groan, the star iron left the ground. Li Xiongtu's whole body trembled. With another groan, he slowly raised the star iron above his head. A trace of admiration flashed in Chuyang's eyes. With such great strength, an ordinary person would have to use all their strength to roar and spit out the turbid air in their chest. One must know that the words "open your mouth" and "exhale" were not said casually. Opening your mouth and exhaling before exerting strength could, firstly, increase your confidence. Secondly, it could also allow the turbid air in your body to be expelled. The louder your voice, the more powerful it would be, but Li Xiongtu didn't do so. Obviously, he was afraid of disturbing other people's rest. The fact that he could stay here meant that the Li clan valued him. He didn't need to care about anything, but he still paid attention to this point. This was what Chuyang admired. Then, Li Xiongtu held it up, adjusted his breathing, and began to slowly walk around the courtyard. With every step he took, the ground under his feet shook violently. Chuyang noticed that there were many bags made of animal skin tied to Li Xiongtu's body and arms. The bulging bags inside should be filled with these high-density metals. 2 large bags were tied to his ankles. With every step he took, the ground would shake when he landed. If this was calculated, the weight of Li Xiongtu's entire body now reached at least 4,000 kilograms. To use pure physical strength to bear such weight, this guy was indeed risking his life for the sake of cultivation. Li Xiongtu walked faster and faster. Beads of sweat flowed down his naked upper body. Waves of white mist rose from his body. Chuyang carefully checked Li Xiongtu's cultivation and couldn't help but be shocked. Li Xiongtu should have entered the upper 3 heavens at the same time as Dong Wushang and the rest. Now, he was already a 5th-grade martial saint. How could it be so fast? Chu Yang was shocked. Dong Wushang should have broken through to first-grade supreme martial artist now. But Dong Wushang's cultivation had benefited greatly from Rue Butong, and he had added fuel to the fire. Countless elixirs, even elixirs that didn't belong to this plane, had been produced at all costs. But Li Xiong too didn't have such resources. Not to mention fifth-grade martial saint. Even if he was a fifth-grade martial monarch now, it should be unexpected. One must know that when Li Xiong Tu came up, he was only a third-grade martial emperor. But the Li Xiong Tu in front of Chu Yang was a fifth-grade martial saint. This made Chu Yang feel surprised. As Li Xiong Tu walked, he was sweating profusely. His body was trembling nonstop, as if he would collapse in the next moment, but he didn't. All the muscles in his body were trembling. Chu Yang realized that every time Li Xiong Tu couldn't hold on anymore, he would mutter something fiercely. He listened attentively. "I can do it." Li Xiong Tu panted heavily. "The clan has too much expectations of me. If I don't work hard, I will look down on myself. I want to take revenge. Dong Wushang, I don't know what your cultivation is now. I want to fight with you. Dong Wushang, I want to fight with you. Benefits for no reason. Why? 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 I don't feel well." Li Xiong Tu roared in a low voice. His voice was low and muffled. Only he could hear it. Later, his physical strength had reached its limit. Every time he roared, he would take a step. He was like a helpless and tragic ant. He was carrying a huge mountain and moving forward with all his might. Chu Yang sighed softly in his heart. Below, Li Xiong Tu continued to stubbornly move forward. Finally, his leg couldn't bear the weight. With a plop, his left leg knelt down. His whole body was trembling. He was still holding the star iron. His lips were trembling as he half knelt on the ground. 1358 steps. Compared to the last time, there are 5 more steps. Last time, I didn't stand up. This time, I will stand up. He kept roaring with all his might. He tried his best to gather the remaining strength in his body, trying to stand up. But he really didn't have any strength left. Just standing like this was already commendable. He couldn't stand up no matter what. After a long time, he let out a muffled groan. His burly body slowly fell to the ground. The heavy star iron pressed on his body. Panting heavily, Li Xiong Tu's eyes were ferocious and wild at this moment. A girl in white rushed out of the room. Her gentle eyes were full of heartache. She held a cup of water and walked to Li Xiong Tu's side. She said softly, "Divine skills can't be cultivated in a day. Young master, you have worked very hard. You will succeed sooner or later." Li Xiong Tu laughed bitterly. He drank the cup of water and suddenly channeled his energy. With a bang, the star iron fell from his body. He stood up fiercely again. "Divine skills can't be cultivated in a day. Of course, I know that. But I don't have much time. My opponents are each more abnormal than the other." Li Xiong Tu said lightly, "I want to walk in front. Even if I work hard, compared to them, I may not be able to walk in front." The girl in white said with heartache, "Young master, you always talk about your opponents. Who are your opponents? Are they the young masters of the other big clans? How can they be worthy of being my opponents?" Li Xiong Tu snorted, "My opponents? Only those who are worthy of my respect are my opponents. The young masters of the big clans. If they were born in the same environment as my opponents, these young masters would have died a long time ago." The girl in white's eyes were filled with fear and worry. "If they are your enemies, why don't the clan send a few experts to kill them? Why do you have to torture yourself like this?" "Bullshit," Li Xiong Tu panted and said sternly. "My opponents are heroes. They are my opponents, not my enemies. Against my opponents, I will do my best to defeat them, to conquer them. If one day I die in their hands, I will have no regrets. I believe that if they die in my hands, they will also have no regrets. Defeating them fair and square, this is me, Li Xiong Tu. Using others to defeat my opponents, I am nothing." Second update. Begging for votes. I will continue to write. Chapter 1253. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Third update. The white-clothed girl sighed and wiped his face with heartache. She said gently, I won't stop you. Young master, you're a man. Men have their perseverance. Li Xiongtu grunted heavily. His breathing gradually calmed down. He looked at the white-clothed girl, and his eyes suddenly became very gentle. He said, Sister Huan, thank you for taking care of me during this period. The white-clothed girl's delicate body trembled. She slowly lowered her head and said, I'm your maid. This is what I should do. I'm not worthy of being called Sister Huan by you. Li Xiongtu laughed and said, What's there to be unworthy of? I, Li Xiongtu, am just a stray dog whose family has been destroyed. It's already a great blessing to be treated like this by a beauty like Sister Huan. The white-clothed girl's eyes became hazy. She bit her lips and said, In my eyes, you're not a stray dog. You're the only man in this world who can support the heavens. Li Xiongtu sighed and stood in a daze for a while. He suddenly said, Sister Huan, after I defeat or kill Dong Wushang in a fair battle, I'll report to the clan and marry you. Is that okay? The white-clothed girl looked as if she was struck by lightning. She raised her head and looked at Dong Wushang. Her face turned pale and then red. Her delicate body trembled. Young master, just call me Little Tutu. Li Xiongtu gently smiled. My father and mother have always called me that since I was a child. When I was 13 years old, I was 8 feet tall and weighed 200 pounds. My mother still calls me Little Tutu. The white-clothed girl blushed and lowered her head. Chu Yang, who was watching in the dark, almost felt embarrassed. Little Tutu. This name was really too funny. But Chu Yang didn't laugh in the end. He even felt a touch of warmth in his heart. Even though this person's biggest enemy was Chu Yang's own brother, Chu Yang still felt a kind of warmth at this moment. For Li Xiongtu's perseverance and for Li Xiongtu's true feelings. But now, Chu Yang finally knew what Li Xiongtu was drinking. The faint fragrance that came with the wind told Chu Yang. This was the spirit stone milk. This was a top-grade divine item that could only be formed after thousands of years by chance. Its effect was comparable to Chu Yang's spiritual spring. Also, other than nourishing the human body, there was another function: increase in cultivation. It was no wonder that Li Xiongtu could withstand such high levels, and Li, according to the spirit stone milk, Li Xiongtu, for every day, and Li for every day, Li Xiongtu. The Li. That was they. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. Looks like, seems, the Li clan Li translation, Li, was Li translation. But translation, Li's Li translation. Translation is Li translation. Li translation. Mo Tianji's plan. In the Li in. Although it was Mo Tianji's scheme, Li Xiongtu didn't care. Without was it. Li because were otherwise but just the spirit stone milk was not enough to raise Dong Wushang from a 3rd-grade martial emperor to a 5th-grade martial saint in a year. With the spirit stone milk's effect and the hard work of an ordinary person, he could only reach a 3rd-grade martial monarch in such a short time. That was the limit. Li Xiongtu had put in a lot of effort to increase his cultivation. Although the spirit stone milk could make up for Li Xiongtu's physical exhaustion and raise his cultivation on the surface, in reality, it couldn't make up for it completely. In other words, Li Xiongtu was still draining his life force. It was just that no one would notice it. Once it happened, there would be no saving him. In terms of replenishing life force, the spirit stone milk was much worse than the spiritual spring. Even with the spiritual spring in hand, Chu Yang didn't dare to let Li Xiongtu use such an extreme method to cultivate. But Li Xiongtu had already done it for a year. But the only thing that Chu Yang didn't understand was why Li Xiongtu didn't know about it himself. Given Li Xiongtu's straightforward personality, if he knew the truth, he would definitely tell the truth. He would rather give up this kind of treatment than lie to others. But Li Xiongtu obviously didn't know about the current situation. Why was that? When the time comes, I've repaid the Li clan's kindness. I'll bring you to live in seclusion in the mountains and leave the Li clan. Li Xiongtu said in a low voice. Thank you, young master. The girl in white trembled. Li Xiongtu smiled gently. It had to be said that when such a warm smile appeared on the faces of iron-blooded men like Li Xiongtu or Dong Wushang, it would always make people feel an inexplicable warmth and happiness. The clan is sparing no effort in nurturing me now. There must be a reason. I've asked many times, but the clan always told me that it would disturb my cultivation and my state of mind. But I reckon that the clan wants me to do something big. Li Xiongtu smiled. No matter what, I have to do this big thing for the clan. As for your status, as long as I grow for a while and break through to Supreme Martial Artist, I'll be qualified to raise your status. You don't have to worry about this. Li Xiongtu raised his head, allowing the snow to fall on his face. He said calmly, as a person, one must distinguish between kindness and hatred and know how to repay kindness. Although the Li clan has its reasons for treating me like this, I'm still indebted to them after all. So, no matter how difficult and dangerous it is, I have to do it. And I have to succeed. Fighting with Dong Wushang is also my life's wish. With a strong opponent in my life, I have no regrets. Both of these things are life-threatening. So, I will raise your status first, and then I have to marry you after these two things are done. If I die, you won't have to bear the name of a widow. If I die, you will forget everything about me and go find your happiness. I will make it clear to the clan. If I live, then I will give you your happiness. The girl in white started sobbing, tears falling down her cheeks. Her beautiful eyes were already misty. She bit her lip and didn't say anything, but she had made up her mind. If you live, I'll wait for you to give me happiness. If you die, what's so special about the happiness that others give me? I will follow you. But she didn't say it out loud. She knew that if she did, it would put pressure on Li Xiongtu. And she wasn't willing to give him any pressure at all. She only felt satisfaction. The name of Li Xiongtu's lifelong enemy, Dong Wushang. Today, she finally found out that he said it himself. She firmly remembered this name. I won't reveal it, but I have to remember it. My man is a hero, a good man. Then I believe that an opponent that my man values so much must also be a hero, a good man. I'll continue to practice. Dong Wushang rested for a while and felt his strength gradually recover. He said calmly, "Go and rest. Women shouldn't interfere in men's affairs." Domineering. This domineering attitude made Chu Yang's heart skip a beat. It was as if he saw his own brother, Dong Wushang. These two people really had the same characteristics. They were both powerful and domineering, born to be brave. But with Li Xiongtu's current physical condition, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold on until the battle with Dong Wushang. Although he didn't know it himself, his body was already seriously damaged. The sword spirit, who was also watching, gave an accurate estimate. At this rate, when Li Xiongtu broke through to the supreme martial artist level, he would be completely exhausted. When that time came, his life force would be exhausted. Even a heavy elixir would be helpless. The only way was to start recuperating and recovering from now on. But how could Li Xiongtu be willing to stop his rapid advancement? Chu Yang sighed and said, "Sword spirit, give me a big bag of spiritual spring water." The sword spirit was stunned. "You want to help him?" Chu Yang said solemnly, "Yes." The sword spirit was confused and couldn't understand. "Didn't you hear? Once his cultivation breaks through, his biggest opponent will be your own brother, Dong Wushang. Don't tell me you want to help the enemy deal with your own brother." Chu Yang said seriously, "You don't understand. Dong Wushang is my brother, and Li Xiongtu is his opponent. But you have to know one thing. Li Xiongtu desires an opponent like Wushang, and Wushang similarly desires an opponent like Li Xiongtu. If this world doesn't have Li Xiongtu, Wushang will be very lonely. A hero needs an opponent in the world," Chu Yang said lightly, "just like Mo Tianji. The most brilliant battle of his life should have been with an opponent like Diwu Qingru. Both sides were evenly matched, and each had their own unique strategies. I believe that the most brilliant moment of Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingrou's lives should have been when Mo Tianji rushed up to the upper three heavens. After this battle, even if there will be more battles that are 100 times more dangerous in the future, the battle between the two great geniuses will be a satisfying one. And before this, the most satisfying battle of Dong Wushang's life was the battle with Li Xiongtu at the Lake of Despair. Wushang is waiting for Li Xiongtu, and Li Xiongtu is also waiting for Wushang. This feeling you should understand. You fight to the death, but you are only enemies. You are not opponents. My opponent is the word great. Only heroes are worthy of being opponents of heroes. Meeting a worthy opponent and meeting a talented general is the greatest joy in life. It also gives people the feeling that there are no regrets in victory or defeat. Victory or defeat is a hero. No regrets. Even if you die, you will also die with a smile. The sword spirit didn't speak. Li Xiongtu slowly drew out his broadsword and muttered, "Dong Wushang, what realm are you at now?" Suddenly, the sword tip trembled, and bright sword flowers filled the sky. At this moment, a soft voice suddenly sounded in Dong Wushang's ears. "Li Xiongtu, if you continue to train like this, only death will await you. Don't you know?" Li Xiongtu's body shook. He looked around and shouted, "Who is it?" Chapter 1254. As soon as Li Xiongtu said this, he quietly waited for a response. However, the snowflakes were everywhere and the surroundings were silent. There was nothing unusual. The girl in white hurriedly ran out. "Young master, what are you talking about?" Li Xiongtu's face was serious. "An expert is here. Stand behind me." The girl in white looked nervous, but she didn't stand behind Li Xiongtu. She said, "Since young master has an important guest, I'll go and make tea." She turned around and walked back gracefully. Although her body was trembling, she was very calm. If an expert was here, she couldn't embarrass her sweetheart. She should make tea for him. If he was an enemy, standing behind Li Xiongtu would only be a hindrance to him. Her sweetheart might be taken advantage of by the enemy in order to protect her because of her presence. Therefore, she made a prompt decision to leave immediately. If the enemy ambushed her while she was leaving, then Li Xiongtu could seize the opportunity to see the enemy clearly and give him a fatal blow. Looking at the delicate figure walking into the room, Chu Yang couldn't help but admire her. He smiled hoarsely. "What a beautiful woman. Li Xiongtu, you're very lucky." Li Xiongtu smiled lightly. He knew that the person who came was an expert. He stopped prying and said generously, "Thank you for your compliment. Li Xiongtu feels the same. Please come out for a chat." "There's no need for a chat," Chu Yang said lightly. "I only want to ask you, do you know that you've damaged your foundation by forcing yourself to cultivate? You're almost at the end of your life." Li Xiongtu fell silent. He said lightly, "I only want to become a supreme martial artist. I want nothing more than a fight with my enemy and settle my grudges. It won't be too late to recuperate then." Chu Yang said softly, "However, by then, it will be too late." "It's already too late." Li Xiongtu's eyes flickered. "Who are you? You seem to know a lot about me. Do you know a lot?" Chu Yang chuckled and said, "I just want to tell you about the cultivation level of the opponent you value the most. He's far beyond you. He's almost at the level of a supreme martial artist." Li Xiongtu was unmoved. He said lightly, "So what? One day I'll catch up to him." Chu Yang said, "But your body's conditioned now. It's not allowed." Li Xiongtu chuckled. "So what if I don't allow it? So what if he allowed it? I only recognize my opponent. Why should I care if others recognize me?" Chu Yang laughed. "Not bad. I'm in a good mood. However, I can help you recover." Li Xiongtu rolled his eyes and said, "I don't need your help. I don't need anyone's pity." Chu Yang chuckled and said, "Li Xiongtu, catch." Immediately after, a black bag flew over with a whooshing sound. Li Xiongtu's eyes flashed as he caught it. He only heard the sound of water splashing inside. He asked curiously, "What is this?" Chu Yang said indifferently, "This is the spiritual spring." A cup in the morning and evening. 1 month. It can make up for the deficiency in your body. It's best if you store it in a purple crystal container. Otherwise, the medicinal effects will run away. But there's no more. Then, Chu Yang's body flashed and disappeared without a trace in the boundless snow. Spiritual spring. Li Xiongtu's body trembled, and he shouted, "Who exactly are you?" This sentence was different from the previous conversation, and it was a fierce shout that shook all directions. However, the surroundings were silent, and no one answered. Li Xiongtu got up and quickly circled around the walls. He shouted, "Who exactly are you? Why did you give me this?" Still, no one answered. But the commotion over here had already attracted the attention of the Li clan's higher-ups. As one of the tribulations, Li clan naturally paid special attention to Li Xiongtu's day. Figures flashed, and several supreme martial artists of the Li clan appeared in the courtyard. Before they could say anything, Li Wubua also appeared. Then, with a long howl, Li Tongtian's voice came from afar. What happened? In Li Xiongtu's room, that bag of spiritual spring was placed on the table. There were a total of 6 supreme martial artists, all of them sitting around the table, their eyes looking at this bag like searchlights. Li Tongtian sat at the head of the table and looked at this bag. What's inside? Li Xiongtu frowned and said, "Elder Master, I heard that it's the spiritual spring." Spiritual spring. When these 4 words came out, the breathing of all the supreme martial artists quickened. Li Tongtian's eyes widened abruptly, and 2 rays of light shot out. Let me see. When the bag was opened, an indescribable fragrance slowly seeped out. Everyone's nostrils twitched greedily. Li Tongtian dipped his finger in a little bit and put it into his mouth. His expression instantly changed. He immediately closed the bag and murmured, "It's indeed the spiritual spring. Moreover, it's already in a milky state. This is good stuff that's equivalent to a peerless heavenly treasure. This bag must weigh at least 20 caddies." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 20 caddies of spiritual spring. This was an astonishing amount of wealth. It was enough to revive the dead and extend one's lifespan. Everyone's eyes became heated at once. Where did it come from? Li Tongtian looked at Li Xiongtu's day extremely perplexed. Li Xiongtu said, "I don't know either. I was cultivating just now." Therefore, he recounted everything that had happened just now without hiding anything at all. Li Xiongtu was extremely surprised and also extremely perplexed. But what made him even more surprised was that these old men in front of him actually didn't seem to find it strange. Instead, they felt that it was only natural. Li Wubua's finger tapped lightly on the table. Tilting his head, he asked with a half-smile, You didn't see clearly what the person looked like?" Li Xiongtu replied in a daze, "No." Li Tongtian said with a smile, "You don't know who he is either? And you don't know what relationship he has with you?" "Yes." Li Xiongtu's eyes widened, and he answered with certainty. Her. In other words, you don't know who he is when he came, and even more so, the cause and effect. But he gave you a big bag of top-grade heavenly treasure, the spiritual spring, as though he was crazy? Li Tongtian's smiling face was full of wrinkles. Li Xiongtu slapped his thigh. "You're absolutely right. This is really extremely strange. Elder Master, is this really the spiritual spring? Is it really not fake? There's nothing fishy about it. Could it be that it's poisoned?" The muscles on Li Tongtian's face showed signs of spasming. Looking at Li Xiongtu, he felt like he was secretly gnashing his teeth. "Yes, it's not fake. It really is. It's definitely correct." Li Xiongtu fainted right away. Scratching his head, he was extremely perplexed. What's going on? Who's on such good terms with me? To actually give me such a good thing for no reason, without even showing his face. That's right. It's very strange. Everyone curled their lips and slanted their eyes as they chimed in. What's going on? This supreme martial artist, including Li Tongtian, who had the highest cultivation, and Li Wubua, who was the most experienced and astute, all had very strange expressions on their faces. There was shock, astonishment, and even an expression that said as expected. "It's like this again." Li Xiongtu sighed in his heart and lowered his head. He didn't know how many times he had seen such expressions. Every time, as long as something incomprehensible happened. The moment he said, "I don't know," everyone would welcome him with such an expression. After such an expression, everyone would say in unison, "There's nothing strange about it. It's very normal. Very normal." Every time he saw such an expression, Li Xiong too had an impulse to give a hard punch. "Fuck your grandpa. Would all of you die if you were to speak more clearly?" Li Tongtian and Li Wubo looked at each other and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. This must have been given by that person. Then, they looked at Li Xiong too with a meaningful gaze. Looking at this honest and simple little guy, I didn't expect him to lie without batting an eyelid. His voice was natural and lifelike, and he wanted to keep the entire clan in the dark. It was obviously given to you by your boss, yet you can actually lie through your teeth and say that you don't know anything? Why would a stranger give you such a good thing if you don't know anything? Then why didn't he give me such an idiot? Why did he have to give it to you? Could it be that I'm not as handsome as you? Look at you. You look like a bear, but you're not that handsome either. Do you really think that the Li clan is full of idiots? If we were all idiots, would we have been able to become a big clan and stand strong for 10,000 years? However, it's also a good thing that this little guy is a little scheming. When the time comes, the tribulations will gather and think about whether they can discuss with this little guy to kill one of them, and then insert Li Ju, or directly. Then their eyes landed on this big bag of spiritual spring water at the same time. This was a treasure. So much spiritual spring water. How should they deal with it? Elder Master, one of the supreme martial artists, rubbed his hands rather embarrassedly. You also know that my grandson was injured a few years ago. This, cough, cough, I only need a cup. No, half a cup. A wine cup will do too. Cough, forget it. Cough, cough, Elder Master, you also know that I have an old illness. This, half a wine cup will do. Take it that I didn't say anything. Elder Master, this, forget it, take it that I didn't say anything. Looking at Li Tongtian's murderous gaze, everyone wisely kept their mouths shut and lowered their heads. Xiong Tu, Li Tongtian said kindly, since someone specially gave it to you, it belongs to you. You can keep it for yourself. I'll get someone to send you the purple crystal bottle later. Cough. It's the 7 of you. Hurry back and get the purple crystal bottle. Each of you bring 5. Hurry up. The 7 supreme martial artists were so miserable that they wanted to die. Damn it. Not only did they not get any fishy smell, they even had to pay 5 purple crystal bottle. Don't waste these spiritual spring water. Li Tongtian said kindly. Just follow what that said, a cup in the morning and a cup in the evening. Don't break it. Do you understand? Recommended a new book. Urban God Heaven Plume goes into battle again. Releasing new urban supernatural book number 2532989. Heaven Plume was a veteran author. This was well known. This fellow really had a way to pick up girls. Those who like urban novels, go and take a look. I believe that you won't be disappointed. Chapter 1255. Even Li Xiongtu couldn't understand why Li Tongtian was so stingy. In his opinion, since he was getting it for free, it was only right that he give some to everyone to treat their old injuries. Besides, they didn't ask for much, just half a wine cup. Staring, Li Xiongtu said in surprise, Elder Master, this. Everyone needs it, and not a big deal to give some to everyone to treat their injuries. The corner of Li Tongtian's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, it's not a big deal. It's a big deal. If you give them a drop and cause your ranking in the tribulation to drop, then the entire Li clan will be suppressed for 10,000 years. You must know that the tribulation has to be ranked. It's easy to give it to them now, but if they are ranked at the bottom in the future, even if you crush their bones and scatter their ashes 10,000 times, you will still have to endure 10,000 years of oppression. How can you get away? That's definitely not allowed. Li Tongtian muttered to himself. Not to mention these few guys, even I can't take it. If I take it, I'm afraid the Elder Master will personally skin me alive. But since Li Xiongtu had said so, Li Tongtian naturally had to express his opinion. Xiongtu said that he wants to give it to you. Her. Do you want it? The threat in his tone was so obvious that even a dog could hear it. The 7 supreme martial artists shook their heads. What are you talking about? This belongs to Xiongtu. We're just joking. Her, just joking. Okay. Li Tongtian nodded satisfactorily. Then his expression changed. Then why aren't you going back to get the bottle? What are you waiting for? Waiting for Xiongtu to give it to you? Her. Can you accept it? The 7 supreme martial artists left in a sorry state. Li Xiongtu was stunned. How ruthless. He even blocked the path that he had secretly given it to them. He's really good at acting, as expected of the tribulation. This thought popped up in both Li Tongtian and Li Wubu's minds at the same time. That girl, come over here. I'll instruct you. Li Tongtian shouted. You have to keep an eye on young Master Xiongtu. Then, you have to watch him drink this cup in the morning and at night, understand? The girl in white replied with a trembling voice, yes. Li Tongtian nodded satisfactorily. Li Xiongtu was very dissatisfied with Li Tongtian's attitude. Frowning, he said, Elder Master, this girl. I like it very much. Furthermore, I've already decided that if I break through to the supreme level, I'll hand it over to the clan and raise her status. I'll take her as my wife. The implication was, of course, be more polite when you speak to her in the future. The white-clothed girl, Meng Huan, immediately blushed and lowered her head. What? Li Tongtian and Li Wubo were both shocked. This shock was no small matter. The two of them actually stood up. You want to marry a girl? Li Tongtian frowned. Yes. Li Xiongtu said resolutely. She's not a girl. She's my wife. Li Tongtian's brows twitched violently at once. However, Li Wubo seemed to have thought of something and suddenly sat down. He asked, Xiongtu, has the person who gave you this treasure seen this girl? Li Tongtian came to a sudden realization and looked at Li Xiongtu with a burning gaze. Li Xiongtu was startled. How is this matter related to that person again? What did it have to do with him? Still, he replied, I saw him. Li Tongtian asked anxiously. Then did he say anything? Frowning, Li Xiongtu recalled and said, at that time, he said, what a beautiful girl with a pure heart. Li Xiongtu, you're very fortunate. Yes, that's what he said. Li Tongtian and Li Wubo heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. They sat back down. Smiling, he said, the Li clan won't ask about your marriage. Since Xiongtu has taken a fancy to her, as long as you've made up your mind, I'll inform the clan tomorrow. We'll just give this girl a status. Is there anything else to say? Li Wubo also nodded with a smile. The white-clothed girl, Meng Huan, couldn't help but let out an eye. She raised her head and forgot her place. She wouldn't even dream of it. The clan would be so straightforward. In her heart, the clan had groomed Li Xiongtu this way. Of course, it was the core of the clan. Which of the core members didn't get married to a lady from a respectable family? As for herself, to be able to be Li Xiongtu's concubine in this lifetime was already enough. She didn't expect that something that she didn't even dare to think about would actually happen just like that. That's not right. When did the clan become so easy to talk to? Even young Master Li Ju was grounded and beaten by the clan for opposing his own marriage. It was only in the end that the girl he had taken a fancy to was taken in as his concubine. Li Xiongtu was also stunned. So easy? Why? Why did it seem like something was wrong? Little did he know that Li Tongtian and Li Wubo were holding their breaths in their hearts right now. Damn you, Li Xiongtu. You were still saying that you didn't know anything just now. Now, you actually know how to use that person to pressure us. The Tribulation Sword Master is already choosing a wife for his brother. What's the use of us objecting? Why didn't you say so earlier? You almost put us in an awkward position. As they spoke, the 7 supreme martial artists had already returned with the purple crystal bottles. Li Tongtian personally filled the bottles to the brim with spiritual spring water. In the end, there was still half a cup left. Everyone stared at it eagerly. Li Tongtian pondered for a moment and shouted, "Open your mouth." Everyone's mouths were wide open. With a swoosh, Li Tongtian poured all the spiritual spring water into Li Xiongtu's mouth. Then, he turned around and scolded. "Look at your useless faces. What a disgrace." I told him to open his mouth. "Why did you open your mouths? Are you trying to disgust me to death with your mouths full of stinky teeth?" At this moment, the 7 supreme martial artists really wanted to die. After leaving Li Xiongtu's residence, the 7 supreme martial artists went back with their heads drooping. They sighed along the way. Li Tongtian and Li Wubo strolled back in the snow. "How is it? Now you're sure, right?" Li Tongtian laughed softly. "I'm sure." Li Wubo's voice was trembling a little. That was from excitement. Initially, I thought that Li Xiongtu shouldn't be, because his expression didn't seem to be fake. But this time, TSK. Li Tongtian rolled his eyes. "How can you see through tribulation schemes? Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. After going back this time, I can finally have a good night's sleep. At least for the next 10,000 years, I can be at ease." Li Wubo nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes. But this Tribulation Sword Master is indeed powerful. Our Li clan security is very tight. But this Lord Sword Master can actually come and go as he pleases, disappearing without a trace." Li Tongtian snorted and said, "Otherwise, how can he be the Tribulation Sword Master?" Li Wubo nodded repeatedly. "Yes. Sigh. I wonder how that childly Jew is getting along with Xiongtu now. If he can improve further, if our Li clan occupies 2 seats in the land of tribulation in the future. Stop. Remember to settle that lass's matter tomorrow." Li Tongtian rolled his eyes and walked away on his own. Li Wubo sighed. That girl has really climbed up the social ladder. She's a lowly person to begin with. Could it be that she's going to become the wife of tribulation in the future? Chu Yang had already returned to the hot spring. Regarding this matter, Chu Yang felt a little comfortable, but also a little melancholy. Of course, he was more speechless, because he didn't expect that Li Xiongtu, this simpleton, could actually be so simple-minded. He had already told him clearly that this was a priceless treasure, the spiritual spring. He didn't expect that, after he left, this fellow still yelled so loudly. Couldn't he have made a fortune silently? Of course, if he knew what happened afterward, he would be even more speechless. To be honest, Chu Yang only wanted to help Li Xiongtu this time. Firstly, he couldn't bear to see such a hero die in such a manner. Secondly, Li Xiongtu was a little worried. Secondly, it was also so that Dong Wushang would have a worthy opponent in the future. Then, when he stood at the peak, Dong Wushang wouldn't feel lonely, just like the legends now, Boluqing and Ning Tianya. Other than that, Chu Yang didn't have any other thoughts. But what he didn't expect was that things would be so dramatic. Because of Li Xiongtu's yell, things took an unimaginable turn. Chu Yang's unintentional act instead solidified Li Xiongtu's position as one of the tribulations in the eyes of the Li clan. It eliminated the last bit of doubt. It also made the Li clan's hesitation to fight to the death with the 8 super clans to become as firm as a rock. And they were 100 times more confident and full of fighting spirit. If someone from the other 8 super clans were to encounter someone from the Li clan now, the Li clan would definitely act boldly and confidently and kill them. Be ruthless. Be as cruel as possible. Fight for one of the tribulations of the Li clan. One had to say that this was an opportunity in life. It was really too miraculous, of course. Chu Yang didn't know that he had unintentionally added fuel to Mo Tianji's extremely sinister plan once again. He didn't know either. Not only did his bag of spiritual spring water resolve Li Xiongtu's life-threatening situation, it also resolved Li Xiongtu's most troublesome marriage. The great Minister Chu, who never left his name after doing good deeds, didn't know about all these. He just soaked naked in the bathtub again, absorbing the Li clan's foundation, the energy of the earth fire, to enrich his dantian unceasingly, to harmonize the yin and yang in his body. Then he extended both his hands into the pile of purple crystals, vigorously absorbing the energy of the purple crystals that the Li clan had painstakingly excavated He even narrowed his eyes, thinking very hard. Why is it that even though we've already excavated 1,000 feet into that huge purple crystal mine, there's still no sign of the soul of the purple crystal? He was really an insatiable person. In the wee hours of this day, Lord Z appeared at the purple crystal mine again, with a frosty expression and purple aura around him. He walked in coldly, ignoring all the people who greeted him along the way. However, everyone only greeted him respectfully and then hurriedly ran away. Chapter 1256. Only the manager of the Purple Crystal Mine, a third-grade supreme martial artist, Lord Li Qinglu, had nowhere to run or hide. He could only brace himself and follow beside Lord Z, enduring his incessant curses and complaints. That bunch of idiots didn't come again, did they? Lord Z's question left Li Qinglu at a loss for words. I don't think so. If that happens again, Li Wubo might as well jump into a cesspool and drown himself. This question was even more impossible to answer. Li Qinglu could only smile bitterly. Lord Z muttered to himself as he walked in. Li Qinglu smiled bitterly behind him and braced himself to follow. When they were about to reach the end, Lord Z suddenly turned around. Are you very free? No. Manager Li Qinglu was very perplexed. Then why are you following me? Lord Z roared furiously. Hurry up and get to work. Li Qinglu ran away, scared out of his wits. Only a ghost would be willing to follow you. But if you didn't ask me to leave, would I dare to leave? Manager Li truly felt how reasonable this sentence was. After walking for a long distance, he couldn't help but sigh. Damn it, being with a king is like being with a tiger. Lord Z once again sat in that most comfortable position. He was wearing a mink coat, and there were tall purple crystals on the left and right sides of his head. Then, with an extremely dissatisfied expression, he reached out and stuck the purple aura on the gap that had returned to the size of teacup. Get to work. The sword spirit came out at once and darted in at lightning speed. In the tribulation space, it started to rain heavily again. Before long, the sword spirit's excited voice rang out. Lord Swordmaster, soul of the purple crystal. The soul of the purple crystal has appeared. Xu Yang shuddered. The purple aura on him almost dissipated. He hurriedly stabilized himself, and his consciousness was guided by the sword spirit. He entered this treasure trove. It was surrounded by a patch of sparkling purple crystal cores. Pieces of purple crystal jade essence entered his vision. However, at the innermost part of the purple crystal jade essence, a patch of dense purple aura was revealed. It seemed to have condensed into a physical substance. It floated up and down. Take it out and let me see. Xu Yang said anxiously. All right. The sword spirit collected all the purple crystal cores and purple crystal jade essence around him. He collected thousands of pieces in one go and finally revealed the so-called soul of the purple crystal. It was a piece of purple crystal that was emitting a purple aura. He appeared quietly. Other purple crystals, even the purple crystal jade essence, would only emit a purple glow. However, this piece of purple chi continuously emitted from its body, curling upwards. In an instant, everything became hazy. And all the purple crystals that were enveloped by this aura seemed to gradually deepen in color. So the soul of the purple crystal can increase the quality of purple crystals. Realization dawned on Xu Yang. Yes, generally, in the large-scale purple crystal mines above the Imperial Palace, every purple crystal mine would definitely have a piece of soul of the purple crystal slowly nourishing it. As for the soul of the amethyst, even if he was found, he wouldn't take it out. If you hurt your foundation, the sword spirit said. I see. Xu Yang's eyes lit up. In that case, how much can a piece of soul of the purple crystal increase one's cultivation? The soul of the purple crystal only provides the purest heaven and earth yuan qi. But converting the heaven and earth yuan qi into cultivation is a personal matter. How can you say that? The sword spirit was somewhat dissatisfied, but he still explained, It can provide you with endless spiritual energy. No matter where you are, no one can bear to completely absorb a piece of soul of the purple crystal. Therefore, I also don't know how much a piece of soul of the purple crystal of this size can increase one's cultivation. Okay. Chu Yang nodded and gave the highest order. Collect. Collect all of them. The sword spirit chuckled and immediately began to collect without restraint. Chu Yang's consciousness retreated in satisfaction. Yes, the Lord Sword Master, won't do such menial work. I'm only in charge of waiting in the tribulation space. Minister Chu's consciousness entered the tribulation space. He moved a purple crystal chair and sat down. Crossing his legs, he looked at the pitter-patter of the rainstorm. Purple crystal core, purple crystal jade essence, soul of the purple crystal. Only then did Chu Yang realize that the sword spirit had already opened up more than 10 large warehouses in the tribulation space. The largest one was, of course, filled with 1,000,000 ordinary purple crystals that Chu Yang had originally earned from the outside world. The sword spirit had treated them like trash and piled them up into a pile. Next was a warehouse. 2 of them were already full. Inside, all the purple crystal cores were neatly stacked, row after row, as if they were in a military parade. Following, there were 2 warehouses filled with neatly arranged purple crystal jade essence. Next was a small warehouse. At this moment, there were already 17 to 18 pieces of souls of the purple crystal inside, and they were still falling from the sky. Falling. At this point, I close my eyes and have a dream. In the dream, I'm sitting in my room with my legs crossed, and then the RMB in the sky is falling from the sky in rows falling. This time, Lord Z worked overtime continuously. However, the overtime period was extended by 1 day. It became 4 days. In these 4 days, the sword spirit worked himself to death, but his achievements were also remarkable. All the warehouses that had already been opened up were already filled to the brim. The sword spirit simply opened up another 20 large warehouses. At first, Minister Chu was still very excited to go in and count his points. 1 million, 2 million, 4 million. In the end, Chu Yang became numb to it. Fuck, how would he have so much free time to go in and count his points? He would just take as many as he wanted. It was often said that counting money until one's hands cramped, but the current Minister Chu had obviously exceeded this realm. He was already counting money to the point where he would feel annoyed at the sight of money. However, young Master Chu was still very concerned about the number of souls of the purple crystal. He repeatedly counted them one by one. In the end, he determined that in these 4 days, he had collected a total of 1,538 pieces of souls of the purple crystal. Countless purple crystal jade essence. Purple crystal cores. Who would still have the patience to talk about that? As for ordinary purple crystals, now, Minister Chu even wanted to throw away ordinary purple crystals like trash. Fuck, they were too much of a hindrance. They took up too much space. Just like that, 10 consecutive days passed. On this day, 2/3 of the treasures in this huge purple crystal mine had already entered the tribulation dimension. And Chu Yang had also opened up the whole outside to the size of a basketball. This progress, it really couldn't be said to be slow. When Li Wubua, the clan master of the Li clan, heard this news, he would wake up laughing even in his dreams. Of course, if he knew that the thing that he had been excited about for a lifetime had actually become someone else's wedding dress, and that someone else was eating the meat. If he didn't even get to drink the soup, he would probably wake up crying in his dreams. He would completely turn into a baby and cry when he woke up. When he got tired of crying, he would sleep. The sword spirit was also very excited. He continuously overdrew. After continuously mining these treasures to the limit, the sword spirit discovered that his mental strength had actually increased by almost double. Originally, it could only last for 3 days. Now it could already last for 5.5 days. This was a remarkable improvement. Of course, Chu Yang himself had also improved greatly during this period of time. He had already absorbed most of the earth core fire. Now, the Li clan's earth core fire could already barely be considered warm. He reckoned that after some time, by the time this Lord Z left, the earth core fire would have already frozen over. The purple crystal mine was about to reach the bottom soon. The holy crystals actually hadn't appeared yet. Lord Z was rather anxious. He urged the sword spirit to increase his efforts. Finally, on this day, the sword spirit was mining. After collecting the purple crystal cores, purple crystal jade essences and souls of the purple crystal that were several feet thick, suddenly, a brilliant purple light shot out like a bolt of lightning. This purple light was brilliant and magnificent. It was insufferably arrogant. It was as if a rising sun had suddenly appeared in this treasure trove. The holy crystals have appeared. The sword spirit roared excitedly. Chu Yang went in with a flash. He couldn't see what shape it was at all. There was only the dazzling and brilliant purple light shining in front of him. Chu Yang swallowed his saliva. Hurry up and collect them. The sword spirit hurriedly collected them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a whole afternoon's time, the entire purple crystal mine was emptied. Below them was already the ground. There was only the dazzling purple light in midair. It actually didn't land on the ground. It just floated in midair. Both Chu Yang and the sword spirit were dazzled by this amazing sight. It was really too beautiful. After a long while, when their eyes got used to the light, they finally saw that this ball of light was made up of different things. In the center was a round object the size of a pigeon's egg that was emitting a dazzling purple light. Around it, according to some mysterious trajectory, there were 10 egg-sized round objects floating in midair, forming a ball that surrounded the pigeon's egg-sized object. 10 holy crystals. One divine crystal. The sword spirit murmured. There was a kind of hysterical excitement in his eyes. So many. Chu Yang was shocked. A peerless treasure. One holy crystal was enough to create an expert like Ning Tianya. And here, there were 10 of them. Chu Yang's breathing quickened. Hurry up and collect them. Minister Chu's face turned red. I can't collect them. The sword spirit was helpless. He was much greedier than Chu Yang. When he saw them just now, he wanted to collect them into the tribulation space. But after trying several times, they actually didn't move at all. How can it be? Chu Yang tried to collect them with his mental power and found that they really didn't move at all. The 10 holy crystals moved slowly and rotated according to a mysterious trajectory. They just floated in midair, neither up nor down, and shone brilliantly. Try using your hand. The sword spirit said, I'm a soul body. It's not as solid as yours. Chu Yang nodded and tried to reach out his hand into this purple light. As soon as he reached in, his whole arm turned into the color of purple crystals, and it was still darkening. But Chu Yang didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt infinitely comfortable, as if his whole body was soaking in a hot spring. His whole body was surrounded by warmth. The next moment, Chu Yang's finger came into contact with a holy crystal. He slowly clenched his fist and held the holy crystal in his hand. Inexplicably, he felt a burning sensation in his soul. He steeled his heart and used his strength to pluck this holy crystal. After a few days of continuous outbursts, I'm 500 votes behind in one night. The gap is about to break through 100 votes. This result makes me extremely sad and indignant. Gee, I beg for monthly votes. Gee. Chapter 12:57. When he was mining this holy crystal, Chu Yang suddenly felt his heart tremble inexplicably at this moment. In front of him, a strange battlefield seemed to have appeared. At a glance, Chu Yang felt that his soul had been hit hard at the same time. In this image, there was a person who was burly, mighty, and domineering. His entire body was purple, and he held a purple light sword. He moved unhindered amidst countless people, and with each swing of his sword, several hundred strange-looking people died under his sword. The battle was getting more and more intense. The enemy was getting more and more people, and they surrounded him like a tide. He was fighting like a madman. Behind him was an impregnable pass. There were no comrades, no companions. He was fighting alone, using all his strength to stop these strange people from entering the impregnable pass. He did not know fatigue. His expression was fierce, but his eyes were tired and persistent. There was also a trace of indifference that came from seeing through the world. But since he had seen through the world, why was he still fighting like this? Chu Yang looked and was sure of one thing. If this person wanted to leave, even if the enemy had 1,000,000 soldiers, they would not be able to stop him. If he wanted to leave, he could leave. Even the enemy was hoping that he would leave. But he did not leave. He was fighting. He was fighting like crazy. Seemingly helpless, 3 figures suddenly flew out from the enemy's camp. They approached from afar, and in an instant, they flew to the battlefield from afar. These 3 people each had a pair of black wings. Their faces were strange, and their noses were sharp. They did not look like people of the continent. The 3 of them stopped in midair and seemed to be talking about something. On the ground, the burly, godlike man raised his head and said something angrily. As for what he was saying, Chu Yang could not hear it. This scene was completely silent. After a long time, the enemy army retreated like a tide. On the battlefield, 4 people faced each other, 3 against 1. This person waved his sword and got into a fighting stance. Then, he said one sentence. It was very short. Even though there was no sound, Chu Yang could still read the 2 words from the movement of his lips. Come. The other party seemed to be saying something, but the burly man ignored him. Finally, the 3 of them separated and formed a battle formation. The burly man with purple light around his body laughed and rushed up with his sword. The 4 of them rolled around and fought fiercely. Then, the image was enlarged infinitely. As the 4 of them fought, Chu Yang could clearly see the surrounding mountains explode one after another, turning into flat ground, and then into huge craters. Then, the 4 of them leaped up and went straight into the green heavens. As they fought, Chu Yang could see that the surrounding starlight was extinguished one by one. Was that the residual power of the energy waves that destroyed the living continents one after another? This battle seemed to have lasted for a long time. If the 4 of them were to fight one-on-one, the big man would definitely have the upper hand. But 3 against 1, he was no match for them. In the battle, he was constantly injured, but he continued to fight and did not retreat an inch. In the end, the 4 of them were exhausted, while the burly man was already covered in cuts and bruises after fighting 1 against 3. Finally, he stopped abruptly and said something. All of a sudden, the 3 winged beings showed a frightened expression on their faces. They turned around and tried to leave. However, this burly man's body suddenly emitted a purple light that reached the heavens in an instant. The purple light was dazzling and resplendent, illuminating the starry sky for millions of miles. Then, the burly man shouted something, and his body suddenly exploded. The 3 of them seemed to scream at the same time, and their bodies were torn apart in the explosion. More than half of the enemy's camp in the distance was also destroyed by this huge explosion at this moment. Chu Yang's heart trembled. An emotion called heroism suddenly filled his heart. From a movement of the burly man's lips, Chu Yang could clearly see what his last sentence was. That was, extraterrestrial demon, come with me. A beam of light suddenly appeared and disappeared in a flash. The image suddenly disappeared. Chu Yang stood there in a daze. Only then did he realize that his face was already full of tears. This should be the battle of the extraterrestrial demons. But why did it appear here? At this moment, the sword spirit shouted, "There are words here." Chu Yang was shocked. He opened his eyes and looked over. In front of him, at the place where the holy crystal and the nerves appeared, there were words formed by purple light. Experiencing thousands of dangers and tribulations, tasting the waves of the 3 rivers and 4 seas, I was originally a free and unfettered traveler, moving freely in broad daylight. War drums in the extraterrestrial domain soared to the sky. How can the blood in my heart rest? Today, my heart will be destroyed. I will turn this body into tribulation waves, leaving behind 1,000 years of legacy, my loyal heart will be a legend for eternity. There are countless people in the heavens, but it's a pity that no one can accompany me. Today, this body will go all out. Can you change the blood in your heart? Junior, who has received the inheritance, do not forget to fight the extraterrestrial demons. Chu Yang's heart trembled. This was a poem that was written before death. The person who wrote this poem must be this burly man who died in the battle. It could be seen that this person was not very refined. The poem he wrote was also not very smooth, and there were some sentences that did not make sense. However, there was a sense of heroism, a sense of sadness, a sense of depression, and a sense of heroism that went straight to the heart, making Chu Yang's heart feel heavy. For a moment, it was as if he was being weighed down by lead. Below, as the light flashed, big words appeared continuously. It was this person's life. My name is Zi Hao, the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds Heavenly Palace. I am in charge of the Purple Clouds Heavenly Palace, which borders the extraterrestrial realms. The Purple Clouds Heavenly Palace has always been a place that the extraterrestrial realms and the Heavenly Palace's militarists must fight for. Back then, I rushed to the Heavenly Palace with my blood and energy. For tens of thousands of years, I conquered the East and West and became the Heavenly Emperor. The saint bestowed the title of Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds Heavenly Palace upon me for my bravery and skill in battle. In name, I was bestowed with the title of Marquis, but in reality, I was charging and breaking through enemy lines. However, my nature is fierce, and my blood boils when there is a battle. I did not take it to heart. I ran the Purple Clouds Heavenly Palace for 150,000 years. The extraterrestrial realms were small and insignificant, and could not take a step forward. In the year of the Heavenly Palace's calendar, there was a great change in the extraterrestrial realms. The living space of the extraterrestrial demons was assimilated by the heaven and earth day by day, and the environment became more and more hostile. They were restless and wanted to occupy the Heavenly Palace. I sent messages to the Heavenly Palace several times, but they were all rejected. Therefore, I could only worry day and night and prepare for war with all my might alone. On the 18th day of the same year, the Heavenly Palace celebrated peace with songs and dances. The extraterrestrial realms, war drums, shook the heavens. Millions of extraterrestrial realms troops stepped into the Heavenly Palace. Zhang Liang, the commander-in-chief of the border, and millions of soldiers retreated before the battle. In one night, the Purple Clouds Heavenly Palace was exposed to the enemy. I rose to kill the enemy and sent a message to the Heavenly Palace. If the Heavenly Palace was responsible for killing the enemy, how could the extraterrestrial realm's clowns be worth mentioning? However, everyone was comfortable and coveted life. The crime of sensationalism caused me to fight alone. The 7 million soldiers under my command, along with their families, all died in the hands of the extraterrestrial realm's strong enemies in 3 years. None of them survived. My sworn brother, the 7th brother, Lung Yu, fought against the extraterrestrial demons and was killed. My family perished together. My brother, Han Chong, was trapped in the Heavenly Wolf Pass alone. He fought until there was not a single soldier left before his body exploded and he died. My 5th brother, Meng Hui, led an army of 100,000 to meet the extraterrestrial realm's 400,000 troops and perished together. My 4th brother, Quang Dao, rushed to help my 5th brother. He was ambushed and died an unnatural death. My 3rd brother, Bai Luo, died in battle at the Heavenly Wolf Pass. My 2nd brother, Shuegu, guarded the Purple Cloud's gate and turned into blood of righteousness. My eldest brother, Zhang Xuan's family of 300, guarded the Heaven-breaching pass. Surrounded by enemies from all sides, the jade-shattering Heaven-breaching pass. My son, my eldest son-in-law, my eldest daughter, 7 million soldiers, 20 million family members, Purple Cloud Heaven's combat power, none survived. 450 million subjects, all of them perished. I, Zi Hao, will fight my last battle today. The 3 extraterrestrial demon marshals will definitely take action. There is no doubt that I will lose this battle. There is no such thing as luck. However, the blood of my brothers flowed in front of me. How can I, Zihao, drag out my life? This battle is the only way to repay my brothers and my subjects. Back then, I boasted, as long as I, Zihao, am here, the extraterrestrial realms will not be able to take another step forward. I did it. I am comforted. My brothers and subjects, there are no cowards. Although they died in battle, their noble spirit lives on forever. I am comforted. Even if I die in battle, I will reunite with my brothers. I am comforted. Only my heart is indignant. The heavenly imperial court rises. What can the extraterrestrial realms do? However, the heavenly soldiers of Zihao fought for a year. When we were at the end of the road, when we were on the brink of death, the heavenly imperial court sang and danced in celebration. Hundreds of billions of living beings did not send any reinforcements. Today, I die a worthy death. I have no regrets. I only have one thing in my heart. Why are people's hearts so cold? What followed was a repetition of hundreds of sentences. Why are people's hearts so cold? Why are people's hearts so cold? Why are people's hearts so cold? The last sentence was, if I go today, who will protect my purple cloud heavens? Chu Yang's gaze focused. He did not speak for a long time. The message left by the heavenly emperor of purple cloud heavens, Zihao, gradually disappeared in a dazzling purple light. Finally, it turned into a majestic pass. It was tens of thousands of feet tall and tens of thousands of feet wide. Majestic and vast, it was indomitable. There were 3 big words, each of which was half the size of a city. Purple light flashed. Purple cloud heavens. This was a hero. Chu Yang's heart was filled with respect. He thought silently. This Zihao fought alone until he died. He could be said to be a hero of his generation. However, the words he said before he died were so infuriating. There are countless people in the heavenly imperial court. It's a pity that no one can accompany me. My Zihao heavenly army fought for a year until they were at the end of the road. At the moment of life and death, there were hundreds of billions of people in the heavenly imperial court, but there was not a single reinforcement. Today I die a worthy death. I have no regrets. I only have one thing in my heart. Why are people's hearts so cold? Why are people's hearts so cold? These words, coming from the mouth of a hero who fought against foreign invaders, at the moment when he was at the end of the road and longed for reinforcements, were so sorrowful. There was not a single reinforcement in this year. Hero, Chu Yang murmured. He watched his brothers die one by one. He watched his descendants step onto the battlefield one by one and die without a complete corpse. In the end, he even stepped out with awe-inspiring vigor and fought a decisive battle with the invaders in the heavenly imperial court. He died and died. However, after he died, there was still a little bit of his spirit that was not extinguished. He left behind this amazing treasure. He also left behind a sentence. Do not forget to fight the extraterrestrial demons when I receive the inheritance. Don't worry, if I can rush up to the heavenly imperial court, I will go to the battle with the extraterrestrial demons. Chu Yang clenched his fists and said quietly, I will restore your purple cloud heavens. With a crash, all the holy crystals suddenly fell at this moment. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.